Alright, good evening. Hey there, Tavio. What a good stream title. Yes. How can witches be real if our eyes aren't real? Yes. That sort of coincides with my theory of actually nothing being real on the island that we see. But I also just thought it was funny. Yeah. Okay, let's get game capture. There we go. There we go. How's it going? Oh, all right. Went to my family's get together yesterday. Hung out, did stuff, ate food, played with the kids a bit. Yeah, it was nice. Although it rained near, well, it rained a little bit into the get together. That was sort of funny. We kept going, and it ended soon. That was all good. Sort of funny though. Oh, and we were outside. Yeah, say. But yeah. Then today I was just sort of relaxing after that. Especially after I was like getting down on my knees and everything to play with the kids a bit. So my back was not very happy about that. Hope no one gets sick. Oh yeah, definitely. And then we've been having some rain today as well. So our neighbors tend to like to set off fireworks by themselves, and we don't really like that because we have a lot of trees. So hopefully the rain will stop them from setting off fireworks. Take that. Uh, okay, where were we last time? Okay. Right. The big thing last time was Lambda Delta was tempting Ange with, if you win, you don't necessarily get anything, or in fact, you probably will not get anything. A different version of you might, a younger version. But basically, told Ange, if she doesn't let the game end, then she can be with Battler for all time. Yeah. Oh, and right, and we were going over how she learned magic. Yeah. Very sus. Wait, where were we? Okay, yeah, this is right after the Lambda Delta thing. Hey, that's mine. Give it back. No, no, I'll eat it. Asmo, pass. Over here, Levione-sama. Okay, this further strengthens my belief that none of this is real. It's all her imagination. Because, well, and, like, if this is her imagination, then that means her going over to the island must be her imagination, which makes me assume that, like, everything on the island is from imagination and what little clues they've picked up. Especially, these sisters are getting along way too well, but they're Ange's version of the sisters. I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly. Hey! Ange-sama is reading, so can't you be a little more quiet? Says the one who yells. Yelling stuff like that makes you the loudest one, Satan. Be silent, you foolish little sister. You're the loud one, Lucifer One-sama. Is there something you'd like to say to me? I was already used to the oldest and the third oldest sister arguing with each other. Even though they're both so quick to anger, it's a bit funny how they're both having to hold back a little. They might be surprisingly like each other.
賑やかにしていろとの仰せでしたが、これではさすがに。少しボリュームを下げさせますか?
You were told to be noisy, but this is a bit too much. Should I make them lower the volume a little?
気にしないで騒いでてくれていいわ。教室の黄色い笑い声より100倍心地よいもの。
They can mess around all they want. It's 100 times more pleasant than that shrill laughter in the classroom.
エンジ様、早く次のページ。エンジ様は読むのが遅い。
Ange-sama, go to the next page quickly. You read really slow.
マモンは読書が好きなの？地味なことが一番苦手そうに見えるのにね。
You like to read, Mammon? You look like you'd be the worst at doing boring things.
マモンが司るのは強欲。知識欲にもそれは通じます。ただし、独占したがるので、本を与えると人に読ませまいと、読書後に焼いてしまうこともあるのでご注意を。
Mammon controls greed. That also includes a thirst for knowledge. Still, she wants to keep that knowledge all for herself. So be warned that she refuses to let people read any book you give her, and sometimes burns them after reading them. I could see Mammon being a disguise for the bullies that, like, burn her books or something.
私は誰も知らないことを私だけが知っているのが好き。誰もできないことを私だけができるのが好き。だから勉強は好き。練習、私だけが誰も知らない英知を独り占めしたいから。
I like knowing things that no one else knows. I like being able to do things that no one else can do. So I like studying and practicing. Because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows about all to myself. Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling. peered down at the page that was open and read through it again. You could see the greed that made her covet that page even more thoroughly than I did. As you can see, my magical power has grown much stronger than it was on the first day I summoned them. By now, I've gotten so that I can summon all of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once, and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I can't recall exactly where it is a quiet and calm street-side bench. I'd been young back then. I don't remember the details of its location. Still, I remember that my days walking here were a lot of fun. Together with Dad, Mom, and even Oni-chan. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when everyone had been together. The people who walked by every once in a while didn't notice me. They just pleasantly ignored me and passed by as though everything was normal. Even the 7 Sisters' incredible outfits weren't embarrassing or anything, because it wasn't like anyone was actually watching. Come to think of it, I'm getting pretty used to it. As long as they don't make me wear those. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was considerably below the average grade for the class. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn by colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it had taken to draw that was repulsive. But I've already spat out all those complaints. I've already voiced my constant and furious anger and sadness to these girls here. The sisters were sometimes indignant, sometimes sympathetic, and sometimes mourned along with me. I was truly happy to be able to share emotions like that with friends. It's said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrifice ceremony. According to the occult message bottle I hated, it seems that several of them even attacked my family. But I don't believe that, and it's pointless to question them about it. They are furniture, so they only respond to their master's requests. Even if they really did attack my family, I can't hate them. What I really hated was the Golden Witch, Beatrice, or else that ringleader of the Ushiromiya suspicion, Aunt Ava.
エンジ様、早く次のページ。
Aunt-sama, quickly, the next page.
あ、ごめん。疲れたわ。少し休憩させて。
Oh, sorry. I'm tired. Mind if I take a break?
エンジ様、休憩だって。
Aunt-sama said break. Okay.
遊ぼう遊ぼう。エンジ様、遊ぼう。
Let's play, let's play. Aunt-sama, let's play. When they noticed that I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. And that wasn't all. Even Maria One-chan and Sakutaro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hidden themselves so that they wouldn't interrupt my studying.
フリュー。エンジェ、お勉強どう？ お勉強どう？
Ange, how's studying? How's studying?
サク太郎元気？
Sakataro, how are you?
ちょっと私にもモフモフさせて。
Wait a second, let me squeeze him too.
早い者勝ちだっていつも言ってるでしょ。
かわいいかわいい。
Don't we always say that the first one to get there wins? Cute, cute.
うきゅー潰れちゃうよ。うりゅ
You're crushing me.
七姉妹が揃ってる時に現れたのが運の尽きだ。おとなしくモフモフされてもらおう。
Your luck ran out when you showed up while all the 7 sisters were gathered. Give up and let us hug you.
もういっつもこんなにしてしまって。愚昧な姉と妹どもが申し訳ありません。
Come on, it always turns out this way. I apologize for my stupid older and younger sisters.
サク太郎もみんなに会えて喜んでるよ。どうエンジェ？お勉強の調子は？
Sakutaro's happy to meet everyone too. How's it going, Ange? How's the studying going?
ありがとう。まあそこそこには。ご丁寧にも他のクラスで先にあった小テストのプリントが回してもらえたの。麗しい連帯感に涙が出るわ。とりあえず年表を頭に入れるだけでもまあ多少はマシかしら。
Thanks. Well, not bad. They were nice enough to pass around printouts from a quiz that another class took earlier. Their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Well, at least it's probably better to put a timeline into my head.
うりゅうエンジェお勉強偉い。いっぱい点数取れるよ。うりゅう
You sure are good at studying, Ange. You'll be able to get a lot of points.
お疲れ様。マリア、お勉強は全然ダメだったから、ちゃんと勉強すれば点数が取れるエンジェが羨ましいよ。
Good work. I was terrible at studying, so I'm jealous of you for being able to get a good score when you study hard.
ご冗談を。英語、ラテン語、オカルトの知識。そんなのを丸暗記できてるお姉ちゃんの方がよっぽどすごいわ。
You're joking. When it comes to English, Latin, and knowledge of the occult, you're much more amazing for being able to remember so much.
マリアは魔法のお勉強は何でも覚えられるけど、つまんないお勉強は何も覚えられない。だからテストでも何も役に立たない。
I can remember anything when studying magic, but I can't remember anything boring. So that didn't help at all for tests.
確かにオカルトの知識はどうかと思うけど、英語なんかは成績に結びつくんじゃない？
Well, it's true that occult knowledge would be like that, but your grades must have been pretty good in English, right?
小学校1年生の時、国語のテストで鉄砲のイラストの脇に四角が4マスあって、そこに名前を書きなさいって問題があった。ライフルって書いたら×だった。
In the first year of elementary school, on a Japanese language test, there was a problem when I was given a picture of a gun and was told to write its name in 4 squares. Got marked wrong because I wrote the English word rifle in katakana.
どうして合ってるじゃない。
Why? Doesn't that fit?
鉄砲が正解だって。カタカナは小学1年生では習わないからダメだと言われた。
マリアはよくわからないから、その日以来テストではすべてひらがなで書くようにしたよ。でもなぜかママには怒られる。先生にも怒られる。
It was supposed to be the Japanese word for gun in hiragana. I was told that's wrong, because you don't learn katakana in first grade. I didn't really get it, so from that day on tests I wrote everything in hiragana. But I got in trouble with Mama for some reason. Got in trouble with the teachers too.
お姉ちゃんは多分生まれる国を間違えたわ。
You were probably born in the wrong country, One-chan.
ならマリア、魔女の国に生まれて魔法学校に入りたかった。
And I'd rather have been born in a country of witches, so I could enter a witch school.
そうしたらもっともっと素敵な魔法の友達がいっぱいいたかもね。うりゅう。
If that happened, you might have had much, much more wonderful magical friends.
でも別に今は何も気にしてないよ。だって魔法はいっぱい使えるし、魔法のお友達もたくさんいる。マリアにはサクタロがいれば十分だもの。
But it's not like I mind it now. After all, I can use lots of magic. I've got a lot of magic friends. Sakutaro is all I need.
僕だけじゃないよ。サクスケもサク吉も動物の音楽隊もアザラシの下田くんもウサギのサナエさんも小豚のピゴーくんも他にもいっぱい。
I'm not the only one. There's also Takusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda-kun the seal, Sanae-san the rabbit, Mr. Pig-kun, and plenty more. Incredible. The number of One-chan's friends keeps increasing. Every time I ask, the number of names for her friends grows. But there's no doubt that Sakutaro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of all those close friends.
どう？七姉妹は仲良くやれてる？
What do you think? How are the seven sisters? You get along with them?
本当に賑やかな姉妹たちよ。たまに物騒なことを言い出すけど悪くないわ。本当はサクタロみたいな可愛い子が良かったんだけど、今は彼女たちと一緒でも十分いいかなって思ってる。
Those sisters are really energetic. They sometimes say shady stuff, but they aren't bad. I'd wanted to get a cute kid like Sakutaro, but I think being with them now is more than enough.
もっと私の原初の魔法を学んだなら、きっとエンジェの好みの友達を生み出せるようにもなるよ。今のエンジェに想像はまだちょっと難しいね。
If you learn more of my magic of origins, I'm sure you'll be able to give birth to friends you'll like, Ange. Creation is still a bit too hard for you now.
想像と召喚は違う。そして反言もまた違う。
There's a difference between creation and summoning, and resurrection is also different.
やっぱり一番の願いは家族を蘇らせること？
So your greatest wish really is to revive your family?
うん。よりしろは持ってるよ。これ。
Yes. I have a vessel for it. This.
そうだね。その髪飾りならいつかきっとバトラーを呼び出す鍵になるよ。あとはエンジェの修行次第だね。
That's right. I'm sure that hair accessory will eventually become the key to summoning Battler. The rest is up to your training, Ange.
それがいつまでかかるのかわからないのが泣けるけれども。
Although not knowing how long it'll take is enough to make me cry.
ウリュウ、辛くてもしっかり。エンジェが諦めなければ、絶対にいつか叶うよ。
Stay strong, even if it's tough. If you don't give up, Ange, it will definitely come true someday.
絶対に叶うという保証を誰かがくれたなら、きっと心も休まるでしょうにね。
If someone gave me some proof that it'd definitely be granted, at least that would calm my heart.
ウリュウ、なら僕が保証する。エンジェはいつかきっと必ず願いを叶えられるよ。
And I guarantee it. Without a doubt, Ange will surely have her wish granted someday.
ありがとう。気休めでも嬉しいわ。
Thanks. I'm glad to hear it, even if you're just saying it to console me.
気休めじゃないよ、ウリュウ。
Not like that.
ダメだよ、エンジェ。そういう感情は半魔法の毒素になるよ。夢は必ず叶うって気持ちが一番よく芽吹く魔力の種なんだよ。
Stop it, Ange. That kind of emotion will turn into the magic-resisting toxin. The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into magic power.
そうね。ごめんなさい、お師匠様。
That's right. Sorry, teacher.
エンジ様は少し強欲さが足りないのよ。欲しいもののためにはどこまでも。手に入れるまで絶対に諦めないという根性が足りない。
You need to get a bit greedier, Ange-sama. Go however far it takes to get the thing you desire. You're lacking the willpower to never give up until you get it.
ウリュウ、そんなことないよ。エンジェは頑張ってるよ。
That isn't true. Ange is doing her best.
ありがとう、作太郎、マモン。泣き言なんて何の足しにもならないもんね。私にはただ頑張るしか道はないのよ。努力するわ。歯を食いしばってね。そして必ず夢を叶えるわ。絶対に。
Thanks, Sakutaro, Mammon. Crying about it won't help anything. There's nothing I can do except hang in there. I'll try hard. I'll grit my teeth. I'll definitely make my dreams come true. With certainty. When she said about there's nothing I can do except hang in there, it made me think of that motivational picture meme with just, like, I think it's the cat holding onto a tree limb and it just says hang in there. Now I'm imagining just like a chibi Ange holding onto the limb. Oh, yeah.
ウリュウ、エンジェ偉いよ。頑張ろう。僕もマモンも応援する。
You're awesome, Ange. Do your best. Mammon and I will support you.
ええ、応援します。主が強欲であればあるほど、私たちの価値も上がるというもの。
Yes, we'll support you. The greedier our master is, the more our worth will increase.
それよりエンジ様、せっかく10人も集まったんだし。
More importantly, Ange-sama, we finally got 10 people gathered here.
みんなでしりとりでもして遊ぼうって提案がありまして。
We plan to have everybody play Shiratori or something.
負けたら罰ゲーム。私に耳をかじらせて。
If you lose, there's a punishment game. Let me nibble your ears. 10 people.
もう、あんたの頭には食欲以外ないの？
Come on. Is hunger the only thing that's inside of your head, that head of yours? Yeah. That is an impressive feat. If I'm like I imagine I'm correct. If this is all her imagination, she's imagining 10 people. Well, 9 plus herself.
グマイどもの愚かな提案をお許しください。そろそろ勉強に戻られなくても大丈夫ですか？
Please forgive my foolish sister's stupid proposals. Are you sure it isn't about time you return to your studying?
やだやだやだ、ずっとお勉強終わるの待ってたのに遊んでもらえないなんてやだ。
No, no, no. I waited so long for you to finish studying, so I can't stand it if you don't play with us. Makes sense that you need a lot of practice to manifest that many people. Yeah, yeah.
悪くない提案と思います。たまには遊ぶのも頭の良い柔軟になるかと。
I don't think it's a bad idea. Playing every once in a while is good for softening the mind.
ベルフェが司るのは怠惰だっけ？もっともらしいことを言ってるけど、うまいことを言ってるわね。
You govern Sloth, right, Belfa? What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you?
失礼しました。エンジェ様は勤勉でおられる。
My apologies. You're diligent, and-sama.
エンジさえ良ければ私もみんなと遊びたいな。みんなでワイワイ、きっと楽しい。
If it's okay with Ange, I'd also like to play with everyone. Let's make some noise. It'll definitely be fun.
エンジェエンジェ、遊ぼう遊ぼう。みんなでしりとりをやろう。
Ange, let's play, let's play. Let's all do Shiratori.
では、サク太郎のウリュウからスタートで、この場合何からになるの？リュ？ユ？
In that case, let's start from Sakutara's Uyu. In that case, which sound should we start the next word from? Ryu or you?
ウリュウからなんだろうね。やっぱりリュウ？
From Uyu? I wonder. Maybe it really should be Ryu.
こんなおかしな語尾の単語が出てくるなんてめったにないし。
It's rare for a word that ends like that to come up.
じゃあ私が一番。リュウから行くね。時計のネジのリュウズ。
Then I'm first. I'll do a word starting with Ryu. Ryuzu. Watch crown. What is a watch crown? Unless that like I don't know if that would be the I don't know what that part of the that part of the watch that goes around the glass? Maybe? I don't know. I would just be like Ryu. Because it doesn't Ryu mean dragon. But it's two U's.
私が一番に言いたかったのに。リュウトの方が素敵。
I wanted to go first. Ryuto, lute, would have been wonderful.
なんだかさっきから難しいのばっかりね。というか、順番どうなってるの？次は誰？
Ooh, feels like we keep getting tough ones. Wait a sec, what order are we going in? Who's next?
ウリュウ、誰でもいいと思うよ。思いついた人順でいいよ。
I don't think it matters who. Whoever thinks of a matching word first.
何それ、面白いね。いっぱい言えた人が勝ち？早口しりとりだね。
What's that? Sounds interesting. How about the person who can say the most wins? It's fast-talking Shiratori.
じゃあ私行くね。ズッキーニ、ニンニク炒め、メカブのパスタ。どれも美味しそう。3つもいっちゃった。
Then I'll go. Zucchini. Niniku itame.
Garlic stir fry.
Mekabu with pasta. All of them delicious. I said 3 of them.
ベルゼ3点獲得っと。接続詞はありなのか？
Bells takes 3 points. Can you use conjunctions?
のがありになったら何でもありになっちゃうわ。最後のはダメよ。1点減点。目からよ。
If you could use with, then anything would work. That last one doesn't count. -1 point. Let's start from me. Or me.
じゃあマリアね。メレンゲ。
Then I'll go. Meringue.
ゲおりゅ
下水道。埋め立て地。地下室。ざっとこんな感じ？
Yasido.
Drainage system.
Umitateki.
Reclaimed land. And Chikashitsu. Basement.
How do you like them apples?
I'm confused. They don't. How do they line up?
お姉様、なんだか品のない単語ばっかり。
One-sama, those are all pretty crummy words.
何よ。じゃあ品のいい単語で続けてみなさいよ。とにかく私3点ね。次はつよ、つ。
So what? Then why don't you try following up with something refined? Anyway, that's 3 points for me. The next one's Tsu. Okay? Tsu.
こんな変なしりとり初めて。面白い。
I've never played such a weird Shiritori before. It's fun.
うりゅう。全然わかんないけど面白い。うりゅう。
I don't get it at all, but it's fun. I've played normal Shiritori before, but I've never experienced a Shiritori this weird. There's only the lively 7 sisters, Maria One-chan, Sakutaro, and me. I'm now surrounded by friends that are so fun to be with. Courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone didn't change the fact that I was still locked up in an academy, without a single friend in my class. But despite that, I'm able to have such a fun and lively time. I'll also become a witch, like Maria One-chan. And someday, I'll add my family to this fun circle. Dad, Mom, and Oni-chan. And if possible, George Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan. And the other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing, and we'll all gather together.
それが私の夢。そうよ。私はそれを叶えるまで絶対にくじけない。
This is my dream. That's right. Until I make that come true, I definitely won't lose heart.
Yeah. Oof.
園児様はきっと大魔女になられます。あなたがそうだと信じるだけで。我ら煉獄の七姉妹はその日まで常におそばにお仕えするでしょう。
I'm sure you'll become a great witch, Ange-sama. As long as you believe in that. We seven stakes of purgatory will always serve by your side until that day comes.
いてくれる？いつまでも私の力になってくれる？
You'll be there for me? No matter how long, you'll lend me your strength?
当然。だって私園児様の友達じゃないですか。
Of course. After all, I'm your friend. Right, Ange-sama?
ええ、そうね。常に全員揃ってみんなで遊びましょう。今もこれからもずっとずっと。
Yes, that's right. Let's all stick together and play together. Today and in the future. Always. Always.
園児様が夢を叶えられる日まで。
Until the day your dream comes true, Ange-sama. The lively 10-person game of Shiratori, alongside a street cut off from time, under the constantly bright rays of the sun, could have continued forever.
マジほんと。どういうわけ後ろ宮さん。
And time for pain.
Wait, seriously? What's going on, Ushiromiya-san?
Past 2 episodes are so slow. Yeah. Like, I don't know if there's anything else they need to show us about Ange's past. This part's a bit slow. But yeah, past chapters. The episodes in general.
In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. I tried memorizing things in my own way, but if you could manage anything by cramming the night before a test, no one would ever worry about tests.
あらかじめ問題が分かってたら普通楽勝じゃない？楽勝。
Normally, when you know the problems beforehand, you should be able to pass it easily, right? Easily.
さすがの私たちも空欄に答えまでは書き込みませんでしたわ。その程度はお勉強してくれると信じてましたから。
It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks for you. We thought you'd studied at least that much.
なにこれ？ちょっとマジこれ信じらんない。ほとんどダメじゃない。あんた本当にちゃんと予習したわけ？
What the hell? Come on, are you serious? I can't believe it. They're almost all wrong, aren't they? Did you really study properly?
一応。
More or less.
一応ってレベルじゃありませんことよ、後ろ宮さん。ここまでひどいと私、めまいすらしそうですわよ。
This isn't what you call more or less, Ushiromiya-san. It's so horrible that it makes me dizzy, okay?
もう神よ。こんな簡単なテストすら無残な成績を残し、クラス全体の平均点をガタ落ちさせる彼女を、どうかお許しください。
Oh God, please forgive her. Yeah, please forgive her for getting a miserable grade on such an easy test, and for making the average score for the entire class plummet. The same test had been given in another class first. That test paper had been obtained, though the average score for our class had been unusually high, enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things I had no excuse for. I'd spent that entire day studying like mad. I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After that, on that day, I spent the whole time having fun by playing Shiratori with the seven sisters, Sakutaro and One-chan. As expected, the winner had been Maria One-chan. She was a strong player thanks to her wide knowledge of trivia. Sakutaro had gotten the punishment game. He spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, completely forgetting to think of any himself. Because of that, he'd been squished by the seven sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, hadn't he?
ねえ、聞いてる、後宮さん。
Hey, are you listening, Ushiromiya-san? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. They were annoying, smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, an exasperated expression on her face.
相変わらずおかしな学校ね。自分の成績が良かったなら万々歳じゃないの？
This is a messed up school, just like usual. Shouldn't you be more than happy as long as your own grades are good?
連帯責任とやらのせいでしょ。彼女らにとって自分の成績がどうこうじゃなくて、クラスの平均点が低くて恥ずかしい方が問題なのよ。あるいはその結果、罰則として与えられる奉仕活動が嫌で嫌で仕方ないのかもしれない。
It's probably because of that collective responsibility thing. Instead of worrying about their own grades, they're more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class average to be low. Or maybe it's because they really hate the volunteer work they're forced to do as punishment.
それってつまり成績を良くしたいから勉強してるとかじゃなくて、連帯責任や奉仕活動が嫌だから勉強してるって意味？
So in other words, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good, but because of collective responsibility and since they hate volunteer work?
妬ましくて恥ずかしいのよ。誰かより劣りたくない。恥ずかしめられたくない。そんな気持ちだけが彼女らを勉強に駆り立ててる。
They're jealous and embarrassed. They don't want to be inferior to anyone, and they don't want to be humiliated. That's the only feeling that drives them to study.
勉強がしたければ勝手にすればいいのに。騒がしい奴ら。
What noisy people. If they want to study, why can't they just do it themselves?
つまるところ、連帯責任も奉仕活動もなければ、彼女らは勉強などする気もないわけだ。勉強の意味も知らず勉強することの、なんと愚かしいことか。
In the end, without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study. How foolish it is to study without knowing the meaning of studying.
しかし、本当にこいつらはうるさくてバカバカしい。
Bakabakashi.
エンジェ様の貴重な昼の一時を邪魔するなと言うのに。
Still, these guys are really annoying and stupid. Don't you dare disturb Ange-sama's precious day for even a minute.
こいつら嫌い。早くどっか行っちゃえ。
I hate those people. Just get lost.
お腹すいた。早く消えちゃえ。
I'm hungry. Go away now.
ごめんね、みんな。人間ってのはどうしてここまで浅ましいのかしらね。
Sorry, everyone. I wonder why humans are so shameful.
自分で努力するより園児様に努力させる方が楽で強欲に平均点を稼げるってことでしょ。人間なんてみんな強欲。そしてより楽なようにそれを強いる。
It's probably because instead of working hard themselves, it's easier to make you work hard and earn them a higher class average to satisfy their greed. Humans are all greedy, and they'll burden others with their greed to make things easier for themselves.
こいつらとはやがて煉獄の山で再会するわ。第五感を抜けるときはせいぜい己が足元に注意することね。
We'll eventually be reunited with them on the mountain of purgatory. When they get to the fifth terrace, they'd better watch their step. Ammon controls the fifth terrace of the mountain that reaches to heaven, Mount Purgatory. And she's saying this, you can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven won't be an easy one. No. On the contrary, let them just fall into hell. Oh my. Class committee went to the student council and applied to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group. A wonderful little gathering so that they could all surround me and make me study. I'm so grateful I could cry. Which meant that every day, all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon would be stolen. The Academy and its student council, with its theme of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I was no longer able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course it didn't turn out like such a naive illusion. After school in the classroom, dozens of classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show regret for my actions. Of course, there's no way for me to respond when asked a question like that. They've loathed me all this time, and they've rejected me and kept me at a distance, preventing me from joining in on their community. By the way, I just want to say, for 3 hours, they're going to be in there tutoring her. Well, tutoring, in quotes. But why would they do that? Like, it's punishing for her, yes, but they also have to stay there for 3 hours. So, like, they shot themselves in the foot like that. Oh, okay. So I've avoided their community myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict for either of us that way. So even in this group that was enthusiastic about raising the class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Easy to blame the outlier, though? Oh, well, yeah. It's easy to blame the outlier, but, like, if they're going to the effort of, like, I don't know, I assume the entire class getting together for 3 hours to make her study, like, 3 hours? Wouldn't that get really boring?
I mean, you can pick on her for a while, but I don't know. I feel like that would end up backfiring on them. And I mean, while they're there, they can't go out and do fun stuff outside, or I mean, I guess they could sort of treat it like a study hall and just sort of goof off in the classroom, but like I said, they can't go outside. They're stuck in there with her. I don't know. Yeah, so even in this group that was enthusiastic about raising class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Even if I tried to join in, they would probably ignore me, like they always did in the past.
言ってくれれば私たちいくらでも教えてあげたよ。ね
If you just asked, we would have taught you whatever you wanted, right? Right. They were getting themselves all worked up. I've already had enough of the hypocrisy of their tacked on excuses.
後宮さんの悪いところはね、協調性がないところなのよ。自分さえ良ければいいって思ってる。その考えがいけないのよ。
Ushiromiya-san, your problem is that you're lacking a cooperative personality. You mustn't be satisfied as long as everything's good for you alone.
セールチーヤの学び屋に集う者は協調の心を持つように。ちゃんと生徒手帳にも明記されてましてよ。
Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart. It's written right there in the student handbook, right?
Pain.
協調性があれば
Where's the rest of the sentence?
クラス全体に貢献するために一緒にお勉強しようという意志も生まれると思うの。そここそが後宮さんにお勉強以前に欠けている部分だと思うんだけど、どう思うかしら？
I think having a cooperative heart is what gives birth to the desire to study together and contribute to the entire class. I believe that itself is the thing you lack before you even start studying, Ushiromiya-san. But what do you say?
ねえ、さっきから私たちの話を聞いてる？あなたのために私たちはわざわざ放課後に残ってこうしてお話ししているのよ。
Hey, have you even been listening to us? We went to all the trouble of staying after school to say this for your sake, right? I'm so grateful I could cry. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they reprimanded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was made to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, this was to be done by today. The class committee politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of this classroom. It seems it was accepted right away. Which means that starting now, I'll be forced into self-criticism for at least a full 5 hours here.
Oh, and so will everyone else. They really get that much entertainment out of it that they're willing to stay there for 5 hours? You could be having way much more fun, I would assume.
Ushiromiya Ange got a low score on her test and caused trouble for her classmates.
違うでしょ？
That's not it, right?
成績が低くて迷惑をかけたってのは根本じゃないでしょ？
You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem, is it?
協調性でしょ？協調性。
It's a cooperative attitude, right? A cooperative attitude.
もう、なんで後宮さんの反省文の書き方まで私たちが指導しなくちゃならないのよ。
Come on. Why do we even have to direct Ushiromiya-san on how to write a letter of regret? Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their directions and erased it. Ushiromiya Ange didn't have a cooperative attitude and caused trouble for her classmates.
ねえちょっと、私たちが言ったのをそのまま書いても意味ないのよ。
Hey, wait a sec. It's pointless if you just write whatever we say, right?
あんた、反省って意味わかってんの？
You really know what regret means?
自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ意味がないじゃない。自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ。
It's pointless if you don't write it in your own words. Pointless.
後ろ宮さんってちょっと不思議な子だなって思ってたけど、やっぱり変わってるよね。
I always thought you were a bit strange, Ushiromiya-san, but you really are weird. Even following their directions didn't change the jeers much, and now it felt like they were mocking me even more.
Yeah. Having to read through all of this bullying is not a fun experience. I really wish they would just get back to the mystery part.
So for several more hours, without rest, without even being allowed to go to the bathroom, much less dinner, I was continuously abused. I was coerced into writing a paragraph that humiliated myself. At about 9 o'clock that night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. Contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters, whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their orders. So while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I'd been coerced into writing them down, and even coerced into reading them aloud. Even after all this time, I was surprised to learn that beyond just ignoring people and hiding their things, there are other ways to bully people.
ほら、早く読み上げなさいよ。
Hey, read it aloud quickly.
後ろ宮さんのためにこれだけの人間がこんなに遅くまで付き合ってるのよ。少しは感謝したら？
Hey! Oh wait, I already read that.
Look how many people are staying this late just for you, Ushiromiya-san. Why not thank us a little?
そこで感謝の気持ちが湧かないという時点で、もう協調性がかけらほどもないのよね。
Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude a sign that she doesn't have a scrap of cooperative attitude?
大丈夫よ、後ろ宮さん。これからは私たちがいつも一緒にいてあげるから。一緒にお勉強して生まれ変わりましょう。ね？
It's okay, Ushiromiya-san. We'll always be with you from now on. Why not study with us and remake yourself, okay? As I stood by my seat, surrounded by them, I dropped my gaze toward the blackened page. And then, I spoke those humiliating words. But right away, jeers flew at me saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. I can't read it. I had no idea being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. I saw the girls surrounding me twist and bend. I saw them twist and bend into the impression I had of them. In other words, that was my true field of vision. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all their eyes.
エンジェしっか
Ange, stay strong.
りウリュ
Maria One-chan and Sakutaro were looking at me with sad eyes. Probably because they realized even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads.
なんなのよこいつら
What the hell's wrong with these people?
最低のやつら腹渡が煮えくり返るわよ園児様を寄ってたかってなぶり物にして何が楽しいわけ
They're just the worst. Really pisses me off. What's so fun about gathering around Ange-sama and torturing her?
妬ましくても吐き出せないエンさ。誰でもいいのよ。吐き出せればね。最低のやつら。
It's a resentment that they can't voice despite their jealousy. They don't care who it hurts, as long as they can let it out. What horrible people.
エンジェ様、ここはご自身の名誉のために怒り狂うことが許される場面です。怒りは正当な感情で正当な反応。ここで怒らなかったらどこで怒るんですか？
Ange-sama, in this kind of situation, it's okay to go mad with rage for your own honor's sake. Anger is an appropriate emotion and an appropriate reaction. If you don't get mad now, when will you get mad?
やめなさいよ安っぽくエンジェ様を怒らせないでそれができたらもうやってるわよエンジェ様は
Stop it. Don't stir Ange-sama up with cheap anger. If Ange-sama could do that, she would have done it already.
怒って状況が改善できるならそうすべきだだが客観的に判断してそれはますますに状況を悪化させるだけだろう屈辱的だが今は耐えるのが賢明だ
You should only get angry if doing so will improve the situation. However, from an objective standpoint, doing that now would probably only aggravate the situation further. It may be humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is to withstand it.
さすがベルフェネーは代打やってます
ふざけないでよ。私は耐えられない。こいつらが許せない。
You really are a sloth, Belfa. Quit fooling around. I can't stand this. I can't forgive them.
みんな騒がないでエンジェの負担になっちゃうよ
Everyone, calm down. It'll become a burden for Ange.
負担？何言ってんのよ。ここは騒ぐところでしょ。私たち家具は主が侮辱されているのを見て冷静でいられるほど残酷じゃない。
A burden? What are you talking about? Is this the time or place to be calm? We furniture are not so cruel as to coolly watch when our master is being humiliated.
エンジェ様、そんな侮辱の文章を読む義務はありません。怒りの声を上げられないなら、せめてその屈辱の文面を床に叩きつけて。
Ange-sama, you have no obligation to read such a humiliating letter. If you can't let out a cry of rage, then at least throw it onto the floor.
口汚く罵らなくていい。のけぞらせるほどの大声を上げなくていい。ただ渾身の力でそのノートを床に叩きつけて、それだけのことでエンジェ様は強い意志を示すことができる。
You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud that they bend over backwards. Just throw the notebook on the floor with all your might. By doing just that, you'll be able to show your strong will.
勝手なことを言わないで言ってるでしょ
それができるもんならエンジェ様だってとっくにやってる。
Don't start running on by yourself, Mammon. I told you, right? If Andrew-sama could do it, he would have done so long ago.
一時の感情の爆発は何も解決しない。むしろエンジェ様に対する風当たりを悪くするだけだとなぜわからん。
Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions. Can't you see that doing that will only make their treatment of Andrew-sama even more severe?
エンジ様は悪くないのに、なんでこんな目に遭うの？
Why is this happening to Andrew-sama when she didn't do anything wrong?
夕飯も食べさせてもらえないで、放課後からずっとこんななんて嫌。
Not letting her eat dinner, and making her stay so long after school. I hate it.
今夜だけじゃないわ。今日も明日も明後日もいい加減にしてこんな屈辱耐えられない。
And it's not just tonight, but tomorrow and the day after, too. That's enough. You can't simply sit there bearing this humiliation.
ねえ、私たちの話、本当に聞こえてる？
Hey, are you really listening to us? Someone tugged at my hair. I was torn back into my tragic reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the seven sisters speaking on behalf in my heart, or on my behalf. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off, and I could hear the sound of it rolling on the ground. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy was rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again.
なんで私たちがこんなに真剣に話してるのにいつも聞いてないわけ？
Why do you never listen to us, even though we're talking about something so serious?
右の耳から左の耳ってやつ？それとも馬の耳に念仏かしら？あんたいい加減にしてよね。
In one ear and out the other, is it? Does anything get into that thick skull of yours? Get a grip, okay?
私たち全員に迷惑かけてるって自覚本気であるの？私たちに言われてるからいやいや書いたとか言い出すんじゃないでしょうね。
Are you really conscious of the trouble you're causing us? You aren't going to start saying that you just wrote it grudgingly because we told you to, right?
あんたが本当に自分の意思で反省できるまでマジで終わんないからね。今日だけじゃないよ。明日も明後日もマジで続くからね。あんまり舐めてんじゃないわよ。
Until you really show regret of your own will, this seriously isn't gonna end, okay? It's not just for today. It'll seriously keep on going tomorrow and the day after, you see? Don't you play us for fools, okay?
つーかさ、なんでまだ生きてんの？生きてられる普通。私なら死んじゃうね。
I mean, why are you still even alive? Is it normal to go on living like this? If it were me, I'd just die.
生きてられないよね。だってさ、生きてるだけで迷惑かけてるだけでしょ？私だったら絶対に生きてられない。
Can't live like this, can you? Because you being alive just means getting in other people's way all the time, right? If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on.
うんうん、私だったら死ぬね。その方が世の中のためになるならすぐにでも死んじゃうよ。ねえ。
Yeah, I'd die too. If doing that's better for the world, then I'd die right away. Right?
じゃあ死んでよ。
Then die. Oh, snap.
エンジ様。こいつら全員今すぐ殺してよ、あんたたち。ルシファー、聞こえた？
Kill all of them now. Lucifer, can you hear me?
Oh boy. And now she's gonna be treated like a crazy person.
あんたたち煉獄の七姉妹は人間なんかあっという間に皆殺しにできるすごい核なんでしょ。あんたらいつも私にそう自慢していたわ。ならやって、今すぐこいつらを皆殺しにして、今すぐこの場で。
You seven sisters of purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash, right? You're always boasting about it to me. Then do it. Massacre them right now. Right here, right now.
それは
Well, for some reason, Lucifer hesitated.
なんで？どうしてよ。目にも止まらぬ速度で飛び回って魔女の敵の心臓を即座に貫く必殺の核でしょ。そしてそれを主である私が命じてる。今すぐ実行しなさい。殺して、こいつらをみんな殺せ。
Why? What's wrong? You're certain to kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see, and instantly pierce the hearts of a witch's enemies, right? And I'm giving you an order as your master. Carry it out right away. Kill! Kill them all!
エンジェ様、どうか落ち着いて。
Ange-sama, please calm down. They had immediately followed my brutal order, making heaps of corpses with me at the center. I was ready to reflect on my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily. Ready to regret and repent, just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to do that. And yet, Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face, and didn't move to carry out my order. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. Vaguely. No, that's not right. I've known from the beginning. I've known that magic was all empty this whole time, haven't I?
何が煉獄の七姉妹よ。くだらない。くだらない。私、最初から知ってたんだから。
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? Yeah, right. Stupid. So pointless. I've known it the whole time.
エンジェ様。
I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and pain seemed to accompany that gaze. As though she was being assaulted with a violent headache, Lucifer grasped her head with both arms. But it looks like she couldn't tear her eyes off my gaze. So she was assaulted with a pain that grew more and more violent. Useless. Useless. I hate you. Disappear. You're nothing but a delusion inside my head. Hopelessness and disappointment. Resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound like you'd hear from a frozen lake's surface during a fierce winter rang out just once. At the same time, Lucifer's form, which was being tormented by a violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless fissures. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and as the head and arms collapsed, it crumpled to the floor.
Chijo wa dare? レビアタン？
私の命令を実行して、今すぐにこいつらを皆殺しにして。
Who's the second sister? Leviathan? Carry out my order. Massacre them right now.
その変者様、どうかお気を沈めてお聞きください。私たちは
No, Anne-sama. Please calm your heart and listen. We, I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or an answer. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me.
Man, good thing this isn't set in America.
If you're going to say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan also turned white due to countless cracks throughout her whole body, she fell over backwards, splitting into separate parts along her neck, hips, and arms. If she'd been smashed to bits and lost her original form, it probably wouldn't have seemed so brutal. Though seeing the two of them halfway left over made the remaining younger sisters shake even harder.
どうして私の命令を聞いてくれないの？どうして？どうしてよ！
Why won't you listen to my orders? Why? Why?
恐れながら、現在のこの場は反魔法力が非常に強く。
My apologies. Here, under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong and...
何よそれ。人間がいるからダメってどういう理屈？人間を殺すのがあんたたちの役目でしょ？それができないならあんたたちは何のための家具なのよ！死ね！
What's that? You can't do it because humans are here? That's your logic? Isn't killing humans what you do? If you can't do that, then what use are you as furniture? Die! Please spare me, Ange-sama. As she clutched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down face first. Apparently, the neck is the most slender part after all. Her head slid off and rolled over to Belphegor's feet.
人間が多いからダメなの？じゃあ私が後でこいつらを一人ずつ物陰に呼び出せたなら、あんたたちはきっちり全員を血祭りにできるというの？
You can't do it because there are too many humans? Then later on, I'll call them into the shadows one by one, and you can make a bloodbath of all of them, right?
現在の演者様の魔力では私たちと会話する程度はたやすいでしょう。しかしこの場にいる全ての人間の前で権限するにはまだまだ魔力の連成が足りません。
With your current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us. However, you still lack the training to materialize us in front of all the humans here.
お怒りは深く理解できますが、たとえ我らを攻撃に使えたとしても、この場の全員を殺害することはかえって状況を悪くするだけです。屈辱的とは思いますが、どうかこの場は怒りを収められて。
I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack and murdered everyone here, that would only make your situation worse. I know it's humiliating, but please control your anger for the time being.
あとの3人も同じ答えなの？ハンマー砲力が高いからできないっていう？私に魔力が足りないからできないっていう？なら全員を殺せとは言わないわ。たった一人でいいから殺してみなさいよ。今すぐこの場で。
Will I get the same answer from the next 3? Are you gonna tell me you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great? Are you gonna tell me you can't do it because my magical power is too weak? And I won't ask you to kill all of them. Just one person's fine. So try and kill them. Right here, right now. As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my gaze. If they'd been able to obey my order, they probably would have carried it out immediately. And yet here they were, crouching down, empty, sad, and pathetic. That's right, I've known. These girls can't even touch reality with one of their fingers.
やだやだベルゼ怖いよベルゼ
No, no. Bells, I'm scared, Bells.
検事様許してください許してください
Ange-sama, spare us, spare us.
死にたくない
I don't want to die.
死になさいよ、使えない家具。どうして生きてるのあんたたち。生きてる価値がないのになんで生きてるわけ？死ねばいいじゃん。死になさいよ。というかむしろ死ね。使い道のない家具を置いとくバカがいると思う？
Ah, useless furniture. Why are you guys even alive? Why are you alive when your lives are worthless? Doesn't matter if you die, right? Die. I'm telling you to die. You think any idiot would leave furniture that has no use lying around?
やめてくださいエンジ様
Please stop, Ange-sama.
何マモン、あなただけは私の命令を遂行してくれるの？そうよね。私の一番のお友達だもんね。あなただけはやってくれるわよね。こいつらを。
What is it, Mammon? Are you going to be the only one to fulfill my order? That's right. You're my best friend. You alone will do it for me. Get them.
今のエンジ様には私たちを刺激しても人殺しはできません。主にできることを手伝うのが家具の役目。主にすらできないことを私たちにはすることができない。エンジ様はこいつらが憎いですか？憎いですよね。
As you are now, Ange-sama. Even if you use us, you aren't capable of committing murder. It's furniture's duty to help with things that their master can do. Things that even the master can't do, we can't do. Do you hate them, Ange-sama? You do hate them, right?
I feel like that's a bit of important information there. Things that even the master can't do, we can't do.
殺したくなる気持ちよくわかります。ええ、どうぞ。ならば殺しましょうよエンジ様。エンジ様自らがその手を血に染めるならば我ら煉獄の七姉妹どこまでもお供しましょうとも。どこまでも。
I totally understand why you want to kill them. Okay, in that case, go ahead and kill them, Ange-sama. If you stain your own hands with blood, then we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will go along with you however far you go.
私にできないからあんたたちに頼んでるんでしょ。私にできないことをできるからあんたたちは家具なんでしょ。
I'm asking you all because I can't do it myself, aren't I? Isn't being able to do things that isn't being able to do things that I can't the thing that makes you furniture?
ええ、家具です。使われてこそ家具です。どうぞ我らを使って殺してください。殺すのはあなたです、エンジェ様。エンジェ様が殺したいというならどうぞご自由に。ためらうことはありません。どうぞ今すぐにそれを実行。
Yes, we are furniture. Furniture to be used. Please, go ahead and use us to kill. You'll be the one killing, Ange-sama. If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my guest. No need to hesitate. Go and carry it out right now. What?
そこまでの覚悟が伴って初めて、自らの手を汚す覚悟があって初めて。でもエンジェ様はそれに至っていないんです。
And once you've prepared yourself mentally, once you're prepared to dirty your own hands, that will help you. But you haven't done that, Ange-sama.
Kataruna あんたたちには何もできない。あんたたちは所詮私の妄想、幻想、白チューム。私には初めから友達なんて一人もいないわ。孤独な私が心の中に生み出したお友達ごっこの幻影でしょ。
Don't speak, furniture. You delusion. I get it already. You don't have to tell me. You people can't do anything. You're nothing more than my delusions, illusions, daydreams. I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning. You're just a phantom. A pretend friend I created in my heart. In my isolation, right?
知ってたのよ、最初から。
I've known from the very beginning.
そうですよ。エンジェ様の頭の中の幻想ですけど何か。はい、そうです。私たちは友達のただ一人もいやしない。寂しい寂しいエンジェ様の心を慰めるためだけに生み出されたお友達ごっこの脳内妄想ですが何か。見たければ現実を見るといい。私たちなんか見ないで。あそこで囲まれて罵声を浴びせられているあなたに戻るといい。
Yeah, that's right. We're an illusion inside your head, Ange-sama. But so what? Yes, that's true. We're just imaginary friends created to soothe lonely Ange-sama's heart. Because she doesn't have a single friend. But so what? If you want to look at reality, just look at it. You can stop looking at us and return to being surrounded and bathed with jeering over there.
Yes, very much concerned. I have to wonder what's happening in reality as this is going on.
ほらほら戻りなさいよ。おかえりなさいな現実に。都合のいい時だけ私たちを呼び出してお友達ごっこで。自分の手を汚す覚悟もないくせにそれをけしかけダメと分かったら否定して消し去る。ええ、どうぞお楽しみくださいよ。エンジェ様が期待されるような苦悶の声と悲鳴を上げて退場しますとも。
Come on, go back. Welcome home to reality. Just call on us only when it's convenient for you and pretend you have friends. Then spur us on even though you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands. then deny and erase us once you realize that it's hopeless. Yes, please enjoy it. I'll leave with a shriek of anguish just like you want, Ange-sama.
エンジェ様がたった今浴びせられている罵声を私たちにも同じように浴びせかけて胸の内をスーッとさせればいいです。それもまた家具の役目。ムカついて床に叩きつけられることもまた椅子の大事なお役目ですから。その程度のことで主の不機嫌を一時でも受け止められたなら家具としてこれほどの栄誉はありません。殺しなさいよ、否定しなさいよ、あなたの最初で最後の友達を。
Just copy the jeering that you're being showered with right now, and do the same to us to get it off your chest. That's also furniture's duty. Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty. If that alone can absorb their master's bad mood even for an instant, there can be no greater honor for furniture. Kill me, deny me, your first and final friend. At the end, Mammon had a mocking expression on her face. For some reason, it looked splashed with tears. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were smashed and fell to the floor.
ウリュこっちへおいで作太郎。今の演者は少し冷静じゃないだけだから近寄っちゃダメだよ。
Come over here, Sakataro. And is a little agitated right now. You mustn't get close.
みんなは七姉妹のみんなは生きてるの？死んじゃったの？
What about everyone else? Are all the seven sisters alive? Did they die?
大丈夫だよ。とても無残な姿だけど、あれは人間界を強制退去させられて残されたよりしろの三子。抜け殻だよ。だから大丈夫。とても傷ついただろうけど、無事だよ。みんな生きてるよ。きっといつかまた会えるよ。
It's okay. It looks gruesome, but those are the remains of their vessels after being deported from the human world. Shells that have been shed. So it's alright. They're probably deeply hurt, but they're okay. Everyone's alive. I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday.
ウリュ、よかった。よかった。
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの条約に違反した。同盟の魔女はお互いを敬い認め合わなくちゃならないのに。みんなエンジェの大切なお友達だったのに。
And just violated the contract of mariage sorcière. Do such a horrible thing, even though witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one another. Even though they were all important friends to you, Ange.
そんな魔女の同盟なんて関係ない。魔法のお友達？いい加減にして。私が殺したわ。消し去った。私が七姉妹を砕け散らせた。
No Witches Alliance has anything to do with this. Magic friends? Give me a break. I killed them, erased them. I smashed the Seven Sisters.
ウリュ、そんなのひどいよ。ひどいよ。
That's so cruel. So cruel.
もう魔女ごっこはいい加減にして。お願いだから。マリアお姉ちゃんもサクタロも自ら消えてほしい。私が殺して消したなんて妄想の中ですらしたくないから。
Just give it a rest with this playing witches thing. I'm begging you. Maria One-chan and Sakutaro, I want you to disappear by yourselves. Even in my imagination, I don't want to kill and erase you.
僕たちは妄想なんかじゃないよ。変ジェのお友達だよ。ウリュウ。
We aren't your imagination. We're your friends, Ange. Sakutaro said that as he hid behind Maria One-chan, sobbing. Sakutaro doesn't exist. Sakutaro is also an imaginary creature One-chan created to distract herself from her loneliness.
ウリュウ、痛い。痛いよ。マリア。なんでウリュウ。
It hurts. It hurts, Maria. Why? Why?
やめて。私のお友達を否定することだけは許さない。
Stop it. Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit. Same power that had smashed the Seven Sisters was probably eating into Sakutaro as well. But Maria One-chan was apparently protecting him with some other power. So Sakutaro's form didn't break and scatter. One-chan glared at me sharply. It was a serious expression that I'd never seen before.
サクタロは私の家具。エンジェには消せないよ。なのに否定しようとするのは魔女にとって最大級の侮蔑も同じだよ。
Sakutaro is my furniture. You cannot erase him, Ange. However, trying to deny someone is the greatest form of scorn for a witch.
サクタロなんて最初から存在しないわ。ただのライオンのぬいぐるみ。それをお姉ちゃんがあたかも存在するかのように脳内で妄想して人格化したただの幻なのよ。
Sakutaro didn't exist from the very beginning. He's just a lion stuffed animal. A phantom you personified with the delusions inside your own mind.
そんなことないよ。サクタロはマリアのお友達なの。元はぬいぐるみだけど、今はぬいぐるみじゃないの。
That's not true. Sakutaro is my friend. He was a stuffed animal once, but now he isn't.
いいえ、ぬいぐるみだわ。布と綿でできたぬいぐるみ。自ら喋れも動きもしない。お姉ちゃんはそれを腹話術みたいにして喋ってるだけじゃない。それが魔法？それが魔女？それが友達？そんなの私は認めないわ。
No, he's a stuffed animal. A stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. He can't move or talk by himself. You're just talking for him like a ventriloquist, right? Call that magic? Call that a witch? Call that a friend? I can't accept that.
ウリュウ、僕じゃないの。僕はただのぬいぐるみで、本当は喋れなくて、マリアのお友達じゃないの。
Am I not me? Am I just a stuffed animal that can't really talk? And not Maria's friend?
リュウ。
As though struck with a high fever, Sakutaro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to One-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing. But his body began to gradually slip down. As he did, One-chan held him, yelling at me as tears streamed down her face.
やめて。魔法の毒でサクタロを焼かないで。いじめないで。侮辱しないで。否定しないで。
Stop it! Don't burn Sakutaro with the magic-resisting toxin. Don't bully him. Don't insult him. Don't deny him.
ないよ。ぬいぐるみはぬいぐるみだもん。布と綿でできてるってママに習ったもん。歩いたり喋ったりなんかできるわけないよ。
Maria One-chan, you're so weird. There's no Sakutaro. Stuffed animals are stuffed animals. I learned from Mama that they're made of cloth and cotton. There's no way they can walk or talk.
Uh,
うりゅ。サク太郎、サク太郎、ぬいぐるみじゃないもん、ぬいぐるみじゃないもん、友達だもん。
Sakutaro, Sakutaro, you aren't a stuffed animal. You aren't a stuffed animal. You're a friend.
wow. Small and is mean.
ぬいぐるみ遊びなんかよりみんなでお外で遊ぶ方がいい。ぬいぐるみもう飽きた。
Instead of playing with stuffed animals, it's better to play outside with everyone. I'm bored with stuffed animals already.
返事なんかもう知らない。
6 at most here, probably 5. Yeah. And children are cruel.
なんでそんなこと言うの。嫌い嫌い嫌い嫌い。大嫌い。
I hate you, Ange. Why say something like that? Hate, 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 hate. I hate you.
絶好だ絶好だ。もう魔女の仲間になんか入れてあげない。
You're not my friend. I won't let you be one of us witches anymore.
原初の魔女見習いマリアの名において魔女見習いエンジェをマリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟より署名とする。
Upon my name, the apprentice witch of origins, Maria, I hereby expel the apprentice witch Ange from the Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. And then, what had been peaceful days to me became a daydream and ended. By now, it's impossible to prove. No one can verify whether that was really magic, or whether those really were my friends, or else nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that they were a daydream. So that became the truth. Perhaps in the farther future, I'll observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I'll acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, that the Seven Sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria One-chan and Sakutaro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor an illusion. Maybe the reality here and now is the only world with the real me. Where is the real me?
Way too dank.
Person standing amidst the girl's exposed wreckage that resembles broken glass sculptures. That girl who's breathing harshly, her shoulders heaving, isn't me. I'm over there. The me that's surrounded by a crowd and being showered by jeers, and who's hanging her head, her eyes red, isn't the me over there. Real me? I won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere left to run. I'm going back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh.
ねえ、話聞こえ、いつまでもうつむいていても何の解決にもなりませんわよ。
Hey, are you listening to us? It's not like anything will be resolved if you just stand there hanging your head, right?
Okay, so I guess that entire segment there was just in her mind. She didn't actually say anything out loud.
聞こえてるわ。
I hear you.
ああ、やっと返事した。このまま黙ってれば終わるとか、泣けば許してもらえるとか、そういうこと考えてるんじゃないの？あんた、自覚あるかって聞いてるのよ。自分が周りに迷惑かけてるって自覚があるのかって聞いてんのよ。
Ah, you finally answered. You aren't thinking that this'll end if you stay silent, but that we'll forgive you if you cry, right? We're asking you if you're aware. We're asking you if you're aware of the trouble you're causing those around you. I slowly nodded. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged that I had slipped into the world of my daydream, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. Separate myself and disgrace those sisters who spoke to me with reliable and kind words, despite being totally unable to help when I really wanted them to. I acknowledged that.
私、後ろ宮エンジェは協調性がなくてクラスメートに迷惑をかけました。それは勉強ができないためクラスメート全体に対し過度の劣等感を持っていたからに他なりません。私は
I, Ushiromiya Ange, do not have a cooperative attitude and cause trouble for my classmates. There is nothing to blame for that except my excessive inferiority complex towards all of my classmates because of my inability to study. And
生きてても仕方ありません。
the shame that I'm alive. Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph that they'd made me write. It was me improvising. And it was what was in my heart. They noticed that it wasn't what they'd anticipated. While they did frown, no one spoke. So I continued.
そうです。私は生きてても仕方がなかった。1986年のあの日に、私も連れて行ってもらうはずだったんです。なのに、私だけが連れて行ってもらえなかった。
That's right. It's a shame that I lived. I should have had them take me with them on that day in 1986. And yet, I was the only one who wasn't taken.
どうして私はここにいるのでしょう。ここは私のいる世界じゃない。誰も助けてくれません。一時私の中に生まれた架空の友人たちだけが私を、でも友人たちは所詮は妄想で、だってここは妄想の世界じゃなくて現実の世界だから。
Why am I here? This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in. No one will save me. For a time, I felt as though only the fictional friends I created inside myself could save me. But those friends were nothing more than a delusion. They didn't save me at all. After all, this isn't a world of imagination, but a world of reality.
だからつまり私は今日までずっと現実のクラスメートを嫌い、妄想の友人たちとの交流の中だけに生きた。その友人たちとはさっき決別しました。だから私がここにいます。
So in short, up until today, I've been having the same daydream. I hated my real classmates and only lived by interacting with the friends in my mind. Just now, I split up with those friends, so I'm here.
家族もいません。友人も捨てました。もう私には何も残っていません。どうして死なないの？ さっきそう聞いた人がいました。その通りだと思います。どうして私は生き1986年に私は、いえ、きっと死んだんです。
I have no family. I've thrown away my friends, too. There's no longer anything left for me. Why haven't I died? Someone asked me that a short while ago. I think they're right. Why am I alive? I should have died in the year 1986. No, I must really have died.
なのに私の殺された魂は未だにこの肉の檻に閉じ込められている。だから誰かに求めよう。それに誰も答えてくれないなら自分でしよう。
And yet, my dead soul is still locked up inside this cage of flesh. So I'll ask someone. If no one answers, I'll do it myself.
This is getting real yikes. I don't like the way this is going. I guess I'll put in a warning here. If there's anyone sensitive watching this, you may not want to watch for a few minutes.
誰か私を死なせてください。
Please, let me die.
Yeah, she is not in a good mental state.
I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls. Shocked girls. Girls whose faces seemed to be saying, "What the heck is this kid talking about?" And a bit late, more and more girls with faces that said, "Is this girl alright?" Whisper, chatter, and then giggle. When I ordered the friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill me. But of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't this mean that, including this world, absolutely everything is a daydream? Then, there's no problem, right? After all, on that day when I lost my family, I was already dead. Everything that happened afterwards is going on in my head, my life flashing before my eyes after I failed to die. Once I understood that, it felt like the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. Yeah, I'll finally wake up. I'll be released from this daydream world. I feel my consciousness sliding away. That's all right. Fade farther and farther away, and take me to my family. Then, no matter what happens in this twisted, stale world, I won't mind it at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as a teacher stepped in. Perhaps a teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Watching that, I knew that an ally had appeared for me, even if there was only one. I felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who can save me in the world of reality are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek rescue from daydreams. This is the world of humans. Nothing can save a human, except other humans.
そうだね。エンジがそう思ったなら、それがエンジの世界。
I see. If that's what you think, then that's your world, Ange.
エンジはこれで幸せになれる？
Can Ange find happiness this way?
エンジがそれでしか幸せになれないと信じたなら、もうそれしかない。カゴの中にいる青い鳥をそうだと認められないなら、どこまでも探しに行かざるを得ない。
If Ange believes that's the only way to find happiness, then it is the only way. If she can't accept the bluebird in the cage for what it is, she must go and search forever.
ウリュウ、マリアとエンジェはもう絶交なの？
Maria, are you breaking off relations with Ange?
絶交なんかじゃないよ。エンジがそれを求めたからそうしただけ。私たち魔女は時に迫害を受けるけれども、でも常にみんなの身近にある。そしてきっとその助けを求められる。
No, nothing like that. I only did that because that's what Ange wanted. We witches are sometimes persecuted. However, we always remain by everyone's sides. And our aid can always be asked for.
エンジェもまた僕たちと遊んでくれる日が来る？
Will the day come when Ange will play with us once again?
来ないで、そのまま忘れてしまうこともあるかもしれない。人の世ではそれを成長や決別と呼ぶから。でも、
Maybe. Or she might forget, and it'll never come. In the human world, we call that growing up and saying goodbye to your childhood self. Still, if Ange just remembers, we'll always be by her side. And until then, we'll be waiting. Hell.
That was dark. Oh, now we're with Maria again? Here's Maria's room. Yes, much pain. Okay, before I continue, I need to go use the bathroom. So I will be right back in just a few minutes. I have returned. Crying break. No, I mean, I felt a little bit of sadness when, like, Ange just wanted to die there at the end, but mostly it just made me feel frustration and anger. Like, I'm sure that kind of thing happens to people. They get, like, intensely bullied and all that. It's just, I hate that that can happen to people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, what do we got now?
マリア、返事して。
Maria, answer me.
ウリュ、やっぱり僕はぬいぐるみなの？布と綿でできてるから喋れるわけないの？だからマリアとはおしゃべりできないの？
So I really am a stuffed animal? I'm made of cloth and cotton, so there's no way I can talk? So I can't talk to Maria? I'm guessing that this is after that small little cut-in of, like, 5 or 6 year old Ange talking to Maria. Sakutaro looked up at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears, and it looked as though it had even lost all traces of sadness.
聞こえてるよ、サク太郎。サク太郎は布と綿でできたぬいぐるみなんかじゃないよ。マリアのお友達だよ。変じゃなんか嫌い。
I hear you, Sakutaro. You aren't a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. You are my friend. I hate Ange.
ウリュ、マリアごめんね。マリアごめんね。ウリュ。
Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Maria. Sakutaro regretted doing that. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he'd caused her to be overwhelmed with sadness again. Sakutaro tried hugging Maria, letting go of her, and gazing at her uneasily, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. In the end, that was enough to distract Maria from her sadness.
ごめんね。もう泣いても仕方ないもんね。
Sorry. Crying won't help anything anymore.
エンジェとは喧嘩しちゃったけど、マリアにはまだたくさん友達がいるよ。僕だけじゃない。みんなもいるよ。サクスケもサク吉も動物の音楽隊も他にも。
You got in a fight with Ange, but you still have lots of friends, Maria. I'm not the only one. Everyone's here. Sakasuke and Sakukichi, Animal Band, and many, many more. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having an idle chat.
みんなマリアのこと心配してるよ。どうしたらマリアが元気になってくれるかなって ずっと相談しているよ。
Everyone is worried about you, Maria. They're all talking over and over about how to cheer you up, okay?
みんなはエンジェみたいにいなくならない？
Everyone won't go away like Ange?
ならないよ。僕たちはいつだって一緒だよ。
They won't. We'll always be together.
本当に？サクタロたちは家でしか一緒じゃないよ。ママと一緒にお出かけできないし、学校にも一緒に行けないよ。
Really? All of you are only with me at home. We can't go out together when Mama's around, and we can't go to school.
僕たちは学校に行っちゃいけないから、先生に見つかったら怒られちゃうもん。でも見つからないならいつだって一緒にいていいんだよ。
You aren't supposed to take us to school, so you'll get in trouble if the teacher finds out. But if no one finds out, we can be together at any time.
サク太郎、大きいから見つかっちゃうね。
Sakutaro, you're big, so you'd be found.
だったら小さくて持ち歩ける子と一緒に行けばいいよ。例えばほら、森の音楽隊の仲間たちなら、ほら、小さいからマリアのポケットに隠れて一緒に学校に行けるよ。
Then you can take one of the kids that are small enough to walk around with. For example, what about them? If you take the friends in the forest band, look, they're small, so you can hide them in your pocket and go to school together.
音楽隊いっぱいいるよ。ポケットに入りきらないよ。
There's a lot of them in the band. I can't fit them all in my pocket. Collected all of the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There are about as many of them as pieces in a chess set. It would probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket.
なら、特に仲良しのお友達だけを連れて行くといいよ。森の音楽隊の中で一番マリアと仲良しのウサギの4人組を連れてくといいよ。
In that case, you can just take friends that you're especially close with. You can take the 4 rabbits, your best friends in the forest band.
4つならポケットに入る。これなら見つからないね。
I could fit 4 in my pockets. Yeah. This way they won't be found.
だからマリアはこれで学校でも一人ぼっちじゃないよ。僕が一緒に行けないところでもこの子たちなら一緒にいてくれるよ。
Now you won't be alone even at school, Maria. Those kids will be with you even where I can't go.
なら寂しくないかも。お家に帰ってくるまで我慢できるかも。
Yeah. Maybe I won't be lonely that way. Maybe I can hold out until coming home from school.
ママと先生にさえ見つからなければ僕たちはいつだって一緒にいられるんだよ。そしていつまでも一緒にいよう。遊んでいよう。僕たちはマリアを絶対に一人ぼっちになんかさせないから。うりゃ。
As long as we aren't found by the teacher and Mama, we can be with you at any time. So let's be together, play together forever. We definitely won't leave you all alone, Maria. Maria's expression finally regained a little bit of its brightness. That's right. In the beginning, Maria's world didn't have Ange in it. Even without Ange, it was fun with everyone. And yet, strangely enough, it suddenly became sad without Ange, who had come in at the end. All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Ange entered it. So there's nothing to be sad about.
寂しくないよ。サク太 らもみんなも一緒だもん。
Yeah, I'm not lonely. Sakutaro and the others are with me.
ウリュウ、マリア大好き。
I love you, Maria.
もう人間なんかにマリアの世界には誰も立ち入らせないよ。マリアージュ・ソルシエールはマリアとベアトリーチェだけの二人きりの同盟。もともとベアともエンジェを加えるのには反対してたし、これでいいんだもんね。エンジェはまだ幼すぎたんだよ。
I won't let any more humans come into my world. Mariage Sorcière is an alliance between me and Beatrice only. From the start, even Beatrice didn't want to let Ange join. It's all right this way. Ange was still too young.
エンジェのことはまた仲良しになれるまで当分を忘れていていいと思うよ。マリアがまた元気を取り戻せたら一緒に遊べばいいよ。それまで僕たちみんながずっとそばにいるからね。
For now, until you can be friends with Ange again, I think it's okay to forget about it. You can play together once you've regained your high spirits, Maria. Until then, all of us will be by your side.
ありがとう、サクタロ。みんな
Thank you, Sakutaro. Everyone. Then Maria once again regained her former world. She regained the world that wasn't lonely, where she was surrounded by many friends. Just like usual, she didn't have any human friends at school, but her magic friends were always with her. The rabbit band she hid in her pockets talked with her during class, sounding like they were having fun. Just listening to that greatly embellished the time she spent in class. Maria made it so that as long as Mama and the teacher didn't find out, her other friends could always be with her. When Mama told Maria to go play outside, Maria would secretly pack Sakutaro and Sakusuke and the rest into her bag and play together at the library or somewhere. Even when Mama was late coming home and Maria went shopping for dinner, she always went with Sakutaro. The man at the convenience store and the other people were nice to Sakutaro. He sometimes gave a second portion free for Maria and Sakutaro. When Mama found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing Sakutaro and the rest outside. When the teacher found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. That's why Sakutaro looks like a normal stuffed animal to them. After all, the convenience store man and the others say hello to Sakutaro. Not all humans are hopeless.
I feel like the convenience store guy might sort of understand her situation. And then, yeah, this just feels really sad.
There are tons of people who, unlike Ange and Mama and Teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can.
Yeah, we did see him before. He gave her some weird soda. Yeah. I can't remember what that was, but it was some nasty kind of soda. It's like a weird fruit.
マリアちゃんかい。いらっしゃい。今夜もママは帰りが遅いのかい？
Oh yeah, he knows. Oh, Maria-chan, welcome. Was your mama late coming home tonight too? He knows. I bet, oh my goodness, I can't, I can't even remember the name of her mom right now. Rosa. Yeah. I bet Rose is not going to be very happy about that. If she ever knows, that is. Man. Convenience store clerk, best dad. Best parent.
でもサクタロたちも一緒だから寂しくないの。ねえサクタロ。
Yeah, but I've got Sakutaro, so I'm not lonely. Right, Sakutaro?
Better than Hideyoshi? Okay, well... The convenience store clerk is Maria's best parent. うん
ウリュウ、今日はね、僕だけじゃないんだよ。他のお友達も一緒なんだよ。
It's not just Sakutaro today. Some other friends came too.
おや、他のお友達かい。今日はどんなお友達が一緒なんだい？
Oh, other friends, is it? What kind of friends did you bring today?
今日はね、森の音楽隊のウサギさんたちも一緒。ほら、ポケットに入ってるの。
Today, the rabbits from the forest band are also with me. Look, in my pocket.
Maria began to line up 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at it, smiling, he sent a signal to a part-timer with his chin. Then the sign on the other register that said closed was taken down, and a voice called out for everyone to move over there. This is actually this is actually making me tear up a little. All of the people in line behind Maria lined up behind that one.
そうかそうか。マリアちゃんにはお友達がいっぱいだね。ママも早く帰ってきてくれればいいのに。
I see, I see. You do have a lot of friends, Maria-chan. But I hope your mama comes home soon.
おー、ママはまたお仕事が忙しくて会社にお泊まりなの。最近はよく忙しくなるの。マリアと電話でお話しする時間も全然取れない。でも寂しくないよ。マリアにはサクタロたちがいるもん。ねえ。
Mama's busy with work again, so she's spending the night at the company. Been very busy lately. She hasn't even been able to get much time to talk to me on the telephone. But I'm not lonely. I've got Sakutaro and the rest, right?
ウリュウ、ウサギの音楽隊のみんなも一緒だもん。ほら、キューキュー。
I've even got all the rabbits from the band. Look.
ウサギの鳴き声ってキューキューだったっけ？はて、そういや聞いたことないな。
Is QQ the sound a rabbit makes? My, I've never heard that. After smiling at Sakutaro, who was poking his head out of her knapsack, he played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Although the shop manager gazed at this pleasantly, he had a slightly pitying look on his face. This was apparently a single mother household, where the mother had to work hard and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't even have any friends. As he watched her play around happily with her dolls and claim that she wasn't lonely despite everything, he couldn't help he couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. Actually, this wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had also become quite famous in the shopping district.
マリアちゃん、たまにはおでんも食べなさい。卵とか練り物とか食べないと大きくなれないよ。
Maria-chan, you should eat some Odin every once in a while. If you don't eat your eggs and fish paste, you won't get big.
おお、クリームパンじゃダメ？
Oh? Can't get a cream roll?
ウリュウ、いろいろ食べないと大きくなれないよ。今日はおでんにしよう。
If you don't eat certain things, you won't get big. How about Odin for today?
おー、じゃあおでんにする。
Then I'll have some Odin.
そうしなさい。おじさんが多めに入れておくよ。からしいる？
Yep, that's the ticket. Why don't I stick a whole bunch in there? Want mustard?
ウリュウ、辛いのは苦手。
I can't handle spicy things.
そうかそうか。じゃあこぼさないように持って帰りな。温かいうちが美味しいよ。
I see. Then make sure you don't let it spill on the way home. It'll sure be delicious while it's hot.
ありがとう。
Thank you. She had planned on getting some sweet pastries for dinner, but since Odin had been recommended to her, she would be having that tonight instead. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide what her dinner would be on her own, so it was easy for the menus to get a little one-sided. It's always heartwarming to see. I mean, even in stories, just to see people help out when somebody needs help. And it sounds like he's not the only one that helps her out. I'm not, because it said about her being sort of famous in the shopping district. Shopping district best parent, at least for Maria. So it felt fun to have a meal she hadn't anticipated.
ウリュウ、おじさん、おまけしてくれてありがとう。
Thanks for giving us extra, mister.
お家にいる他のお友達にもよろしくね。途中でつまみ食いしちゃダメだよ。まっすぐお家へ帰ってから食べるんだよ。
Send my regards to your other friends at home. No stuffing yourself on your way back. Go straight home and eat it there.
おじさん、ありがとう。
Thanks, mister. Maria raised the bag with the Odin container high.
あれ、ウリュウ、どうしたの、マリア。
What is it, Maria?
ポケットに鍵がない。
He isn't in my pocket.
Uh-oh.
Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched all over her body. The key to the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket. So there was no way she had put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. Surprisingly, it wasn't there.
お財布を出した時に落とした？
Did you drop it when you took your wallet out?
お財布を出してしまう時にはちゃんと手応えがあったもん。 途中でポケットを探った時にもちゃんと手応えがあった。途中まではあったの。落としてなんかいない。
No, when I took my wallet out, I definitely felt it. I also felt it when I searched my pocket partway here. It was there until partway. I didn't drop it. Even though the late autumn wind had been bearable when Maria had been thinking of returning home, where the heater was, now she was confused and had lost her key. Or now that she was confused and had lost her key, that wind tormented her. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakataro was in upside down, but the key didn't come out. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Why isn't the key there when I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Why? Maria was cold and frustrated and angry. She stamped on the ground. The bottom of her foot throbbed. That didn't lessen her frustration. At the same time, her tears poured out. It wasn't her fault. It was someone else's fault. But Maria didn't know who that someone was, and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger.
ウリュウ、きっと途中で落としたんだよ。探そう。来た道を戻って探そう。
I'm sure you dropped it part way. Let's look for it, okay? Let's return on the road we came by and search, okay?
せっかくおでん買ったのに、卵とかおまけしてもらったのに、あったかいうちに食べられない。
Even though I went to all the trouble of buying Odin, and got eggs and stuff for free, I won't be able to eat it while it's hot.
マリア、悔しいけど探そう。誰も悪くないよ。探そう。
Maria, I know it's frustrating, but let's search, okay? It's no one's fault, so let's search. Maria finally lent an ear to Sakataro's words and began to trod back down the road she had come on. The wind was colder than before, and it felt like it was blowing in through the corners of her jacket in a mean way.
ウリュウ、しっかり足元を見て探そう。そして早くお家に帰って暖房で温まりながらおでんを食べよう。きっと美味しいよ。
Let's watch our feet closely and search, okay? Then let's get home quickly, let the heater warm us up, and eat Odin, alright? I'm sure it'll be delicious.
ない。ない。
Gone. Gone. As Sakataro encouraged her, Maria searched for the key. But she made it all the way back to the convenience store where she'd bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a dropped key. They hadn't found anything. One more time, she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet. But unsurprisingly, she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin had cooled down completely. Even though she had been told it would be delicious when warm, she hadn't been able to eat it. even though that man had given her so much free stuff.
ウリオ、泣かないで。ママは今夜帰ってこないんだよ。頑張って探そう。
Don't cry. Mama isn't coming back tonight. Let's do our best and search.
なんで見つからないの？
Why can't I find it?
マリア、泣かないで。頑張って探そう。マリア。
Maria, don't cry. Let's do our best and search. Maria. Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, she clutched Sakutaro and held the bag of Odin, returning once more down the road she had come by. Perhaps because more and more houses and stores had turned their lights off by now, it was even darker and harder to search than before. And once again, without finding a key, he returned to the convenience store.
マリアちゃん、鍵まだ見つからないのかい？
Maria-chan, still can't find your key?
鍵ない。
Key. Gone.
お母さん、今日は泊まりだっけ？鍵ないとお家入れないの？
Wasn't your mother away for the night? So you can't get into your house without a key?
入れない。
Can't get in.
そりゃ困ったね。交番には行ってみた。届いてるかもしれないよ。
That's not good. Did you try going to the police? They might be able to help you.
ママがおまわりさんに話しかけられてもお話ししちゃダメって言った。
Mama said not to talk to policemen, even if they start talking to me.
Bruh.
Excuse me, what? That is sus as hell.
そりゃまたどうして？
Oh? Well, why is that?
Probably because Rosa would be liable for making such a young girl like Maria watch over the house by herself, and because she knew that this wasn't something that would be permitted by society. So Maria was indoctrinated into changing the stores she bought things at, so that she didn't catch the eyes of adults, and into saying no more than a greeting to policemen, even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told. Instead of considering why she must do that, she was much more concerned with meekly obeying because her mother had told her so. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. In the first place, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone, and so frequently, make anyone worry. And then, after making the round trip between her home and the store once more, and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was there.
あの子です。マリアちゃん、鍵見つかったかい？
It's that child. Maria-chan, did you find your key?
見つからない。
Didn't find it.
お嬢ちゃん、お名前は？
What's your name, miss? Policeman asked for her name, but Maria didn't answer.
お母さんにおまわりさんとお話ししちゃいけないって言われてるの？大丈夫だよ。おじさんは怖くないよ。お嬢ちゃんは晩ご飯は食べた？
Did your mother tell you not to talk to policemen? Don't worry, no need to be scared of me. Have you eaten dinner yet, miss?
買ったけど、お家に入れないから食べられない。
I bought some, but I couldn't get into my house, so I couldn't eat it.
お母さんはどうしてるの？今日は帰ってこないの？お仕事？
What's your mother doing? Is she not coming home tonight? Is it her work?
お母さんの会社の連絡先わかるかな？
Do you know how we can contact your mother at work? Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. Now, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, then she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. But the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and it was decided that he'd listen to her story as they ate in the police box. Maria was taken to the police box. She had her Odin heated in a microwave oven, and even salty rice cakes and hot tea were brought out for her. She had been told not to talk to policemen, but after being asked about Sakataro, she responded, starting to feel that this wasn't a bad person. And anyway, she wouldn't be able to return home now, so she didn't know what to do. She told him Mama's work phone number, which she had been told to tell no one of and to only use in a very serious situation. The tatami, need to take a drink quick. Mouth was getting a little dry there. In the tatami room inside the police box, as she ate the Odin that was so hot it felt like it would burn her, she watched the policeman making the phone call, thinking lazily, I'm probably gonna get in trouble.
マリア、ママに怒られるかな？
Will Mama get mad at me?
うりゅう。
He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock, grumbling.
営業時間終えちゃってるから出ないのかな。もしもし。もしもし。有限会社アンチローザさんで。こちら、小松川警察署千本桜駅前交番でございます。う大館じゃないや、後宮社長さんはいらっしゃいますか？はい。休暇中？
Maybe they aren't picking up because their business hours are over. Huh? Hello? Hello? Is this Auntie Rosa Ltd? This is the Komatsugawa Police Department police box in front of Senbonzakura Station. Is President, Udaikan... No, wait. President Ushiromiya available? Yes. What? She's on vacation?
Wow.
Oh boy.
はい。社長は昨日から3日間休暇になってます。どういったご用件で？
Yes. Starting yesterday, the president has been on a 3-day vacation. Is there some business you have with her?
いや。それで、どちらにおられるかわかりますかね？連絡先とか聞いてたりしませんかね？
Oh, no, never mind. So, do you know where she might be? You haven't heard where to contact her, have you?
ちょっとお待ちいただいてよろしいですか？ねえ、誰か社長の旅行先聞いてる？連絡先。
Sure. Could you hold on for a second? Hey, anyone heard where the president went for her vacation? Or how to contact her?
彼氏と札幌カニ食い放題って聞きました。
Okay, well that was not many words for that long of a dialogue here. I heard she was going for an all-you-can-eat crabs in Sapporo with her boyfriend. Aw, I'm sure such a cold place will do wonders for shrinking the distance between them, don't you? I haven't heard how to contact them.
Yeah, I wondered if she was trying to find a man. Hmm.
了解。もしもし札幌に行ってるそうですけど、連絡先まではちょっとわかりません。ご伝言しますか？
Yep, understood. Hello. I hear she went to Sapporo, but I'm not sure about how to reach her. Should I take a message?
そうですか。参ったな。じゃあ、もし連絡がつきましたら、こちらから電話があったとお伝えできますか？はい。
I see. What a shame. Well then, if you manage to get in touch with her again, could you tell her that we called? Sure, yes. After that, I was taken to the police department, which was even bigger, and ended up spending the night there. Then they asked me various things about myself. A lady who called herself the district welfare officer came by and asked about a lot of things.
Oh boy.
And I was told, "You poor thing." When I heard that, I learned for the first time.
マリアって、かわいそうだったの？
Am I a poor thing?
ウリュウ、そんなことないよ。マリアは幸せ。
That's not true. You're happy, Maria.
Oh.
ほう。
Pain. Oh boy. Here we go.
Then, Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room, but on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions on that other day.
そういう押し付けは困ります。マリアは心が純粋すぎて繊細だから、無神経な子がいたら傷つけられてしまうんです。余計なおせっかいはやめてください。
You can't be so pushy. Maria's heart is too innocent and delicate, so if there was an insensitive kid there, she could be hurt. Please stop your pointless meddling.
Bruh.
でもね、お母さん。そんなに繊細な子なら、なんで一人で家に放置しておくの？お母さんが一緒にいてあげるべきなんじゃないですか？
But in that case, miss, if the child is so delicate, why leave her home all alone? Couldn't a mother be together with her child?
なるべく一緒にいるようにしています。そんなこと、あなたに指図される覚えはありません。
I am together with her as much as I should be. I don't need to take instructions from you for something like that.
Wow.
そうですか？この辺のご近所ではとても有名ですよ。お宅のお嬢さんが夜、頻繁に買い物や食事に来るって。みんな気にしてて、気を使ってくれてたんですよ。
Oh, really? She's very well known in this area. They say your daughter frequently goes out at night to buy things and eat. Everyone was worried and looking out for her.
Yeah. The shopping district. Yeah, the shopping district is a better parent than Rosa. Yeah, and Rosa has zero shame. Like, she's just getting angry at the welfare person. I can see a very slight way in which that could be somewhat reasonable. But, 'cause I mean, like, she may very well lose her child. But at the same time, he really does not take care of her very well. Not at all. Oh boy.
どうしてうちの子だとわかるんですか？子供なんて街中にいくらでもいるじゃないですか。勝手にうちのマリアだと決めつけないでください。夜に出歩く子供だってたまにはいるでしょう。
I think Rose is mad because she might lose Maria. Yeah, I mean, I just can't tell, like, because she has those moments with Maria that seem very happy and like she cares for her, but then she goes and does stupid stuff. I mean, those small moments could just be an act, but well, but then she has like those breakdowns when even she knows she's gone too far, and she does feel apologetic. I think it would be very hard to fake those. So I think there is a part of her that really does care about Maria, but that usually gets pushed to the side. I don't know.
それらが全てうちの子だという証拠でもあるんですか？
Did I read this? I don't know if I read that. How do you know that was my child? There's got to be plenty of children around this town, right? Don't just suddenly decide that it's my Maria. Kids sometimes walk around outside at night, right? How can you prove that they were all my child?
ライオンのぬいぐるみを抱いた女の子がよく夕食を食べに来る、買いに来るって。商店街でもとても有名だったんですよ。みんなマリアちゃんのことを思って大切にしてくれてました。
It's well known around the shopping district that a girl holding a lion-stuffed animal often stops by to eat dinner and buy things. Everyone treated Maria-chan with care out of concern for her. Sometimes people even escorted her home, thinking the night roads might be dangerous, you see.
Oh boy, yeah, this is not good. Pointing out the lion-stuffed animal. Oh. Oh no.
ライオンのぬいぐるみなんてどこにでもあります。自宅まで送るなんて余計なお世話です。マリアを誘拐するつもり？マリアに構わないで。マリアは私の子です。私が育ててます。おかしな施設に入れるつもりもまるでありません。余計なおせっかいはやめて。
You can find lion-stuffed animals anywhere. It was none of their business escorting her home. Are they thinking of kidnapping Maria? Don't bother her. Maria is my child. I am raising her. I have no intention of putting her in some strange institution. Stop your needless meddling.
Holy cow. I feel like at this point, this would be grounds of immediately taking her away from here. And I really wish they would, but I doubt that's going to happen because Maria's still with her when they go to the island, so... Oh boy. I foresee much pain.
ウリュウ、ライオンのぬいぐるみって僕のこと？
Does that lion-stuffed animal mean me?
大丈夫だよ。怒られるのはマリアだよ。サク太郎は関係ないよ。
Okay. I'm the one in trouble. It has nothing to do with you, Sakutaro.
Be a big stigma in 80s Japan, or maybe it's supposedly coming from a rich family. Well, I mean, from what I hear about Japan, like, you're pretty pressured to fit in, even nowadays. So, I mean, I could see that. But I mean, we've seen that here with Ange as well, in this story in particular. As for Rosa coming from a rich family, I don't know if that's why she's, or well, maybe it's like her coming from a rich family doesn't want to shame the family or something. Could be it. I don't know. Yeah. All I know is that this doesn't seem like it's gonna have a good ending. Yeah, it is definitely sad either way. Maria hugged Sakutaro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully. Fearfully?
私もマリアと毎日一緒にいられたらと思います。でもシングルマザーですから働かなくちゃならない。私はこう見えても会社の社長ですから社員の生活も背負っている。一年中仕事で忙しいんですよ。休む暇だってないんです。
I also wish I could be with Maria every day. But I'm a single mother, so I have to work. I may not look it, but I'm a president of a company, and I bear responsibility for my employees' well-being. I'm busy with my work all year round, so there is no time for me to rest.
And the damning evidence in 3, 2, 1.
そう？でもこの3日間お休みだったんでしょ？
There it is.
Really? But you've been on vacation these last 3 days, haven't you?
休みなんかじゃありません。
It was like she could try to sort of push this off by just saying that she's trying to find a father for Maria, but I don't know, she's acting really sus.
私はずっと会社で泊まりがけで仕事をしていました。
Okay, now she just keeps denying it.
他の頼りない社員では片付けられない案件が私には山積みなんです。
I have not been on vacation. I've stayed at my company all night working. There's a mountain of matters to be taken care of that the other unreliable employees can't handle.
Oh boy.
どうしてそんな嘘つくの？あなたの会社の人が3日間お休みを取ってますって言ってるのよ。彼氏さんと北海道に行ってきたんでしょ？娘さんを3日間も置いて。
Why are you lying like that? Someone from your company said that you were taking a 3-day vacation, you see. You went to Hokkaido with your boyfriend, right? Leaving your daughter by herself for 3 whole days.
Hold on, wasn't it Sapporo? Or is Sapporo part of Hokkaido?
彼氏なんて知りません。北海道なんて知りません。どうしてそんなデタラメ言うの？どうしてなんか証拠でもあるの？何よあんた、勝手に人の家のことに口を出さないでよ。
I think it's part of Hokkaido. Okay.
私はマリアを愛してるのよ。私には私なりの愛し方があるのよ。勝手に口出さないでよ。私は旅行になんて行ってないわよ。仕事してたのよ、ずっと。
I don't know anything about this boyfriend. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Where are you getting this nonsense? Why? You have any proof? What the hell? Don't just start butting in on someone else's family matters. I love Maria. I have my own way of loving her, so just keep your mouth shut. I didn't go on a vacation. I was just working the whole time.
Sapporo is a city, Hokkaido is a small northern island. Okay. Yeah, I know Japan has like different I don't know if it's districts and whatever or whatever. I imagine them somewhat like states in America. I don't know how close that is. Yeah. Man, she is just tripling down on this.
マリアに1秒でも早く会いたくて、仕事を少しでも早く片付けようと一生懸命会社に泊まり込んで、ずっと
Prefecture is right. Yeah, that's it.
知らない北海道なんて知らないわよ。勝手なこと言わないで。
Good lord.
もう帰ってよ。何なのよあんたは。帰って。
I was trying to finish up things at work with all my strength. All my strength because I wanted to see Maria as soon as I could. I stayed at the company the whole time. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Don't just go ahead and say something like that. Just get out. What's wrong with you? Get out.
Yeah. Like, if this is not grounds to immediately take Maria out of her hands, I would be amazed. But, like I said, it's probably not going to happen. Oh boy. Rosa raged, her hair flying wildly. A teacup was knocked over from the force of her standing up. But far louder than that was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage that could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement, the district welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. And the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had already seen her mother in a rage several times before this, but she had never seen her this crazed with anger. When she saw this, Maria was sure this was no longer her mother. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body. And then she herself was discovered by the evil being. Maria knew that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank. She felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly slapped her on her small shoulders and dropped her gaze toward the stuffed animal Maria was holding on to, Sakutaro.
マリア、あなた、あれだけお外にそれを持って行っちゃダメって言ったのに、持って行ったのね。
Maria, even though I told you so many times not to take that outside, you brought it with you, didn't you?
ウリュウ、マリアは悪くないよ。僕がついていくって言ったの。
It isn't Maria's fault. I told her to take me.
違うよ。マリアが寂しいから勝手にサクタロを連れてったの。だからママ、サクタロは悪くないの。
That's not true. I brought Sakutaro on my own because I was lonely. So, Mama, it isn't Sakutaro's fault.
ウリュウ、マリア。サクタロは悪くないよ。サクタロは悪くないよ。
Not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault. Instead of Maria, the brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed at the lion-stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl went shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion-stuffed animal. Because of that, she had become well known in the shopping center.
ぬいぐるみ持ってっちゃダメって言ったでしょ。どうして？あんたはママの言うことが聞けないのよ。どうしてよ。どうしてママの言いつけがちゃんと守れないのよ、あんたは。
Didn't I tell you not to take stuffed animals with you? I can't you listen to what Mama says? Why? Why? Why can't you follow Mama's rules?
Okay. If the welfare office person does not get Maria removed after witnessing this, then they are doing a horrible job.
Every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Of course, she didn't make direct contact with Maria. However, the violence of the harsh sound certainly beat against her.
お母さんおやめなさい
Miss, stop that!
話してよ話せって言ってんでしょ
Let go! I said let go, damn it! The district welfare officer had come back to her senses and was pinning Rosa's arms behind her back. But the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, furiously throwing the welfare officer off. He hit the table and fell to the ground. A teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound.
マリアは悪くないよ。僕が悪いの。だからマリアを叱らないで。
Maria didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. So don't scold Maria.
サク太郎を連れてったのはマリア。サク太郎は悪くないの。サク太郎は悪くないの。だからサク太郎をそんな怖い目で見ないで。見ないで。
I'm the one who brought Sakutaro. It's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault. So don't look at Sakutaro with those scary eyes. Don't look at him.
マリアを叱らないで。マリアを叱らないで。うりゃー。
Don't scold Maria. Don't scold Maria.
あんたさっきから何をやってるのあんたそのお人形さんごっこ外でもやってたのお店の人の前でもやってたのだから覚えられちゃうんでしょ少しは考えろこのバカなんであんたはそう大バカなのよ
You... What were you doing just now? And a minute ago, too? Do you play with dolls like that outside? Did you do it in front of the people in the store? Well, that's why they remembered you. Ah, you brainless moron. Why are you such a dumbass?
正直におっしゃいなお外でお買い物をするときママに内緒でいつもそのぬいぐるみを持ち歩いてたのね
Answer me honestly. When you went out, you always walked around with that stuffed animal without telling Mama, right?
うりゃー。
その変なぬいぐるみ語をやめなさいぬいぐるみじゃなくあなたの言葉で喋りなさい
Stop using that weird stuffed animal talk. Speak with your own words, not a stuffed animal's.
サク太郎はぬいぐるみじゃないよ。マリアの友達だよ。ぬいぐるみって言わないで。言わないで。
Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal. He's my friend. Don't call him a stuffed animal. Don't.
はいはいわかったわサク太郎だったわね名前ママに内緒でそのサク太郎人形を持っていつもお買い物に行っていたのね
Yeah, I get it. It was called Sakutaro, was it? You took him with you all the time when you went shopping without telling Mama, right? Yeah. Maria admitted it honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakutaro would have said something to take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting her small friend.
サク太郎だけ他にはまさか 学校にも何か変なの持って行ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
Only Sakutaro? Any others? You haven't been bringing weird things to school too, have you?
お母さん、お嬢さんは悪くないでしょう。その質問をおやめなさい。
Miss, surely your daughter has done nothing wrong. Stop this interrogation at once.
あんたは黙ってなさい。私と娘の話でしょ。ほらマリア、ママの目を見て話をしなさい。ママの質問にお返事は。
You, stay quiet. I'm talking with my daughter, aren't I? Come on, Maria. Look at Mama when you talk. What's the answer to Mama's question?
サク太郎だけじゃないの。ウサギのみんなも一緒。
It wasn't just Sakutaro. All the rabbits were with me too.
今も持ってるの？
Do you have them with you now?
Gonna destroy them all.
Maria fished around in her pockets, pulling out 4 ceramic rabbits with her tiny hand. The rabbits were her close friends who could be together with her at school in Sakutaro's place. When Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly as though dizzy. On a school notice, it had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them, and her family was instructed to try and prevent this. But Rosa had rejected that, blaming the teacher and phoning in a protest of her own to the school, saying that there was no way her child would bring toys to school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, those at the school had grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she brought in were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when other students caught sight of them, some of the boys had started complaining that only she could bring toys, and the school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They'd tried to gently send a warning by way of the mother, but after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher decided to overlook it. But now Rosa knew. She had been the only one who was wrong, she had been the one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys to school. And those at the school had known that she was a disgrace who brought toys to school and played with them as though they were her only friends.
Yeah, I can see the school side. And it's nice that they overlooked it. I mean, yeah. To Rosa, who thought her daughter was just a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with more than anything else, or it was more than anything else, something she couldn't bear. He thinks Rosa is a narcissist, at least somewhat. You know, yeah, that would sort of fit with what's going on here. Like, instead of feeling bad about her daughter having to bring these toys and stuff to school and all around, she immediately puts blame on her daughter and on people who pointed out to her instead of herself. And like I said earlier, there's a small part that does care about Maria, I think, but it's just overwhelmed by the rest of her. So she howled. She raged. The district welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again, but she only met with Rosa's wrath once more. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon. And when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again so forcefully that it seemed like she might break through the floor. Then, after seeming to come back to her senses for a second, she immediately froze her harsh breathing and asked Maria,
Maria, そのウサギの音楽隊はマリアの大切なお友達?
Maria, those rabbits in the band, are they your close friends? Yeah, she definitely has severe anger issues as well. That is quite certain.
So, 4人もお友達がいてよかったわ。
I see. Isn't it great that you have a full 4 friends? As she said that, Rosa grabbed one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Oh no. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. The cute rabbit holding a trumpet was like a small doll, or it was a small doll like a chess piece. She slowly lifted it into the air. Of course, Maria's and Sakutaro's eyes also followed it. And then, with a speed that the eye couldn't follow, he smashed it against the wall.
Bruh.
She had half imagined that this worst possible thing might happen. So she instantly realized what had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but that hadn't been enough to withstand her mother's fierce rage.
ママの言うことをちゃんと聞かないから一つ壊れちゃったわ。今後ママの言うことを守らないたびにまた一つ壊すからね。覚えておきなさい。
Because you didn't listen to what Mama told you, I broke one of them. From now on, every time you disobey something Mama says, I'll break another one. Remember that.
あなた、そんなことするなんて母親ですか？そんなことしてお嬢さんが傷つかないと思ってるんですか？
Miss, you think to call yourself a mother after doing something like that? You think you can do something like that and not hurt your daughter? The lady says what we're all thinking.
マリアが傷つく。私も傷ついているのよ。私の傷は誰が責任取ってくれるのよ。
Oh yeah, there's the narcissism.
誰が？あんたは黙っててって言ってるでしょ。
Hurt, Maria? I'm also hurting, right? Who's gonna take responsibility for my wounds? Well, who is? Didn't I tell you to shut up?
やめてママ。悪いのはマリア。おばさんを怒らないで。
Stop it, Mama. It's my fault. Don't get mad at this lady.
マリアは悪くないよ。僕が悪いの。マリアを怒らないで。うりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅう。
Isn't Maria's fault, it's mine. Don't get mad at Maria.
そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろって言ったでしょ。
Oh no.
だいたいね、気持ち悪いのよ。ぬいぐるみがお友達ってあんた今年でいくつよ。何歳よ。
Didn't I tell you to stop playing with stuffed animals like that? In the first place, it's disgusting. You say a stuffed animal is your friend? Just how old are you? How old? Well?
こんなの布と綿の気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみじゃない。こんなのしか友達いないのあんた。 こんな化け物のぬいぐるみとお友達ごっこしてる暇があったらちゃんとした人間の友達を作りなさいよ。
This is just a gross, crappy stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton, right? Is this the only kind of friend you have? You have enough spare time to pretend this monstrous stuffed animal is your friend. Go out and make some real human friends.
なんであなたにはいつまでもお友達ができないのよ。サタンだからいつまでもクラスで変わり者扱いされてバカにされて、もうほんとしっかりしていい加減にして。こんなぬいぐるみ遊びもう卒業しちゃってよ。
Why can you never make any friends? That's why your class always treats you like a weirdo and makes fun of you. Give it a rest and get a hold of yourself already. Grow up from this stuffed animal play.
ウリュウリュ
さくら、そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろって言ってるでしょ。
Like I said, stop playing with that stuffed animal.
返してサクタロウ返して
Mama, give him back. Give Sakutaro back.
ウリュウウリュウウリュウウリュウ
Mama grabbed hold of Sakutaro's head and took him from me. Then she smashed him against the wall, over and over.
痛いよ痛いよ痛い痛い痛い痛い
Hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
やめろっつってんのよ。そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろっつってんでしょ。こんなぬいぐるみがあるから、だからあんたはいつまでも友達を作らないのよ。だから一人だけクラスで浮いてておかしな子扱いされるんでしょうが。こんなぬいぐるみあげなきゃよかった。こんな気持ち悪いぬいぐるみあげなきゃよかった。
I said stop, damn it. I told you to stop that stuffed animal act. It's because of this stuffed animal. That's why you can never make any friends. That's why you alone are pushed off to the side in your class and treated like a freak. I should never have given you a stuffed animal like this. I should never have given you such a disgusting stuffed animal.
サクタロウ返してサクタロウ返してサクタロウはマリアのお友達なの親友なのサクタロウさえいれば他には何もいらないだから返して返して
Stop it! Give Sakutaro back! Give Sakutaro back! Sakutaro is my friend, my best friend. As long as Sakutaro's there, I don't need anything else. So give him back! Give him back! For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. Mama pushed my arm aside as I tried to grab Sakutaro and snatch him back. And in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakutaro, twisting him. The red muffler, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came off and fell to the floor. Sakutaro, who had been so precious to me, was twisted, smashed, torn at with fingernails so much. He was twisted painfully, his face curving in sadness. Then Mama's fingernails found a stitch on the neck and tore it with the fingernails of both hands, tore it apart. In that instant, Sakutaro's yellow cloth and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy.
竜太郎マリアサク太郎お竜太郎お太郎
The crumpled yellow cloth and cotton candy flowing out were thrust right in front of my eyes. Then, through Mama's face, evil being stated it clearly.
作太郎は死んでしまいました。
Sakutaro is dead.
Oh. Oof. Ouch. Owie. Lady Maria's white heart, which was torn apart. His broken vessel can only be regenerated by the Meister who created him, Rosa. However, Rosa disposed of the vessel's fragments and even lost the pattern paper. On top of that, his existence was denied by the Meister herself, so his resurrection is now impossible. The Meister died in 1986, and any chance for his resurrection disappeared for all time. Even the endless witch, Beatrice, could not manage it. Rip. Abagagruigugo? What? What in the world? What is this gibberish? Oh, maybe this is what Maria's saying? Pain. Lots of pain. I guess she's like... Oh, and going back it's red instead of yellow. That's interesting. Yeah, she's like spouting gibberish and calling out Sakutaro's name. And crying.
マリア、泣くんでない。
Maria, Maria, do not cry.
ベアトリーチェベアトリーチェ
作太郎は良き友人であった。そなたがそれを忘れぬ限り、常にそなたと共にある。だから泣くんでない。
Sakutaro was a good friend. As long as you do not forget that, he will always be with you. So do not cry.
生き返らせてベアとはいろんな魔法が使えるんだもんね。サク太郎だって生き返らせられるよね。
Bring him back to life. You can use a lot of magic, Beato. You can even bring Sakutaro back to life, right?
それは無論作太郎がわらわの家具だったならそれもたやすい。しかし作太郎はそなたの家具だ。わらわにそれは難しい。
About that. Of course, if Sakutaro had been my furniture, it would be easy. However, Sakutaro is your furniture. That makes it difficult for me.
難しいってことは無理じゃないんだよね。生き返らせて、無限の魔法で生き返らせて。
You say it's difficult. That means it's not impossible, right? Bring him back to life. Bring him back to life with the endless magic.
実はな、作太郎のよりしろはローザの手作りのぬいぐるみであったろ。そのローザが作太郎を否定した。母にその生を許されなかった命は存在できぬのだ。
Tell the truth. Sakutaro's vessel was a stuffed animal Rosa had made herself, correct? That Rosa denied Sakutaro. A life that is not permitted by its own mother cannot exist. Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that no matter what the excuse, it wouldn't be enough to calm Maria and make her accept it. But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her the fact that even with all of her own power, even she could not revive Sakutaro.
そなたが作太郎の存在を強く信じる限り、その魂が消え去ることはない。だからマリア、どうか悲しむな。
As long as you continue to strongly believe in Sakutaro's existence, that soul will not disappear. So Maria, please do not be sad.
今もほら、すぐそこで作太郎が微笑んでいると信じるのだ。
Even now, look. Believe that Sakutaro is smiling right over there.
作太郎を生き返らせてくれなきゃ嫌だ。やだやだやだ。
Oh, no, no, no. You have to bring Sakutaro back to life. No, no, no.
諦めよ。作太郎を蘇らせる魔法はない。そしてそれでもなお作太郎がそなたの親友であり続けることを強く信じよ。その力が魔法となる。
Give it up. There is no magic to revive Sakutaro. Despite that, you must strongly believe that Sakutaro will continue to exist as your close friend. That power will become magic.
そんなの魔法じゃない。魔法じゃない。作太郎が生き返らなきゃ嫌だ。ママの手作りだからダメなの。どうしてママは作太郎を作ったの？マリアにプレゼントするためじゃないの？マリアのお友達にするためじゃないの？なのに、なんでママは自分で作って自分で壊したの？どうしてママは自分で産んで自分で壊そうとするの？わかんない。わかんない。
That's not magic. That's not magic. You have to bring Sakutaro back to life. Can't do it because Mama made him herself? Why did Mama make Sakutaro? It was to give him to me as a present, right? It's to make him my friend, right? So why did Mama make it herself and break it herself? Why did Mama give birth to it by herself and try to break it herself? I don't understand. I don't understand.
ママが憎いよ。ママが憎い。悔しい。悔しい。悲しい。悲しい。作太郎がそうされたようにママをねじり上げてやりたい。爪を立てて引き裂いて布地と綿にしてやりたい。悔しい。
hate Mama. Hate Mama. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Too sad. Too sad. Want to smash Mama up like she did to Sakutaro. Want to stick my fingernails in and tear her. Turn her into cloth and cotton. Can't stand it. I can't stand it, Beatrice. Sakutaro! That was dark. From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet black arms crept out, twisting around Maria as she sobbed in anger. Then, massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. Maria could not see that. There was Ange pain and then Maria pain. Yes. Pain for everybody. Joy. But Beato could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beato knew that. He could see that. Yes. In the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to eat into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms could probably tear Maria into bits easily. But Maria herself couldn't notice. Drowning in a sea of her own tears, she couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest.
悔しい悔しいサクタロがどうしても生き返らせられないならマリアは復讐したいママを同じ目に合わせてやりたいサクタロと同じ目に合わせてやりたいのベアドリーチェそのための魔法を教えてママをやっつける魔法を教えて
Can't stand it. Can't stand it. If Sakutaro can't be brought back to life no matter what, I want revenge. I want to make Mama meet the same end. I want her to meet the same end as Sakutaro. Beatrice, teach me magic for that. Teach me magic to beat Mama.
その言葉は本心
Is that truly how you feel?
ママを殺してやるあれはママじゃないよママに取り付いた悪い魔女だママの魔女を殺してやる
No, Mama. I'll kill her. No, that isn't Mama. It's the bad witch possessing Mama. I'll kill the witch, Mama.
よかろうその力をそなた心美しきそなたが自らに引き裂かれるくらいならばそなたにその苦しみを与えた心なき母こそがよほど引き裂かれるに値する
Very well. I shall give you that power. For tearing you and your beautiful heart apart. For giving you that pain. It is fitting that your heartless mother be torn apart considerably.
教えようぞ魔女の世界の光さすことなき深淵の奥底
I shall teach it to you. I shall teach you of the abyss in the world of witches, of the depths where no light reaches.
サクタロサクタロみんな嫌い大嫌いママも嫌いエンジェも嫌いみんな大嫌い
Sakutaro! I hate everyone! I hate Mama too, Ange too. I hate everyone! Oh my. Oh my.
world 12 years later, October 1998. That joke feels wrong to make, but it seems to be Maria's Joker moment. Yeah. If she actually did hate her mother after that point, it would make sense why she doesn't really care about what happens on the island. Although, well, with my current theory, nothing on the island is really real, so... Although, I mean, if any of this was in Maria's diary, I don't know if it was, but if it's all Ange's imagination, she could have imagined that, yeah, that Maria doesn't care about stuff going on because she actually hates everybody. But I sort of think Maria would have forgotten about it by then, but I don't know how old she was at the time when all this went down. Also, yeah, how is Maria still with her mother at that point in time? What was the welfare office doing? Any idea how long this next scene is? I sort of feel drained. I can go on a little longer, but if it's going to be a long scene, this might be a good place to end it. Maybe that was like a week or month before the Rakujima trip. Wasn't enough time. That could be. I mean, I really feel like in such a violent situation, it should have been grounds to like call a police officer or three and just immediately take her away. But again, that is Japan, and I don't know how it works over there. Although I don't know if you could really do that in America either. I don't know. I know we do have, like, child welfare offices. Not fun stuff. Anyway, you feel like it's not that long? It isn't awful like these last two scenes? Okay. We'll keep going for a little bit. So this should be Ange, I guess. I had planned on taking a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. Ah, my eyes. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. There I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze. Yamakusa had been doing some stretches on the deck. He must have a lot of time on his hands too. After all, it'll be several more hours before we reach Nijima. It would only have taken a couple dozen minutes by airplane, but there was the chance that the Nijima airport was under the Sumadera family's web. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I had obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor, no questions asked. I bumped into a cheery boat captain, plied him generously, and he had decided to help me out, amused.
まだだいぶかかるの?
Still gonna be a while?
さっき船長に聞いたら、あと2時間はたっぷりかかるそうです。ま、贅沢は言えねえですな。
I just asked the captain, and it sounds like it'll take a full 2 hours more. Well, beggars can't be choosers.
いいお天気ね。焼けちゃいそう。
The weather sure is nice. Feels like I'll burn.
甲板で読書ですか？本が傷みますよ。
Going to read on the deck? You'll damage your book.
Amakusa apparently thought this because I was clutching Maria One-chan's diary under my arm. I'd been reading it half asleep, which was why I'd come back up still clutching it.
どうですか？マリアさんの日記から六軒島の真相は探れそうですかい？
How's it going? Think you'll be able to find the truth of Rockinjima from Maria-san's diary?
さあ、あの島で何があったかなんてどこまで調べても仮説でしかない。メッセージボトルもお姉ちゃんの日記も魔女が闊歩するおとぎ話が記されているだけで何も真実を語らない。お手上げよ。
Who knows? No matter how much I investigate what happened on that island, it won't make for anything more than a theory. There's no truth written in the message bottle or One-chan's diary. Just a fairy tale with a witch walking around. I'm stuck.
新島での関係者からの聞き込みに期待するしかないですね。
It's like you've got nothing to look forward to except Looks like you've got nothing to look forward to except questioning those involved on Nijima.
ウィッチハンターどもが散々質問攻めにしてるでしょうから、きっと真実なんて見つからないわよ。
I imagine the witch hunters have showered them with questions over and over. Well, I'm pretty sure I won't find any new facts.
そこまで期待してないのに半日も船旅をして新島に行こうなんて実に気まぐれなことです。
So even though your hopes are that low, you're willing to spend a half-day trip on a boat to go to Nijima anyway. Talk about fickle.
調べたっていう自己満足のための旅みたいなものよ。本気で12年前の真実が解き明かせるなんて私も甘えてるつもりはないわ。
It's like a journey of self-satisfaction, so that I can say I investigated. I'm not so naive as to seriously think that the truth of 12 years ago will be revealed.
その自己満足が終わったらどうするつもりで？
And when you're done with your self-satisfaction trip, what'll you do next?
さあ、考えてないわ。新島に行って関係者に話を聞いて、最後に六軒島に行って花でも捧げたら私の旅はおしまいね。
Who knows? I haven't thought about it. I'll go to Nijima, ask some people who were involved. Then, after going to Rockinjima in the end and leaving some flowers, my journey will be over. Several days have already passed since this journey began. After being told by Bernkastel on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I'd left on a journey like trying to grasp a cloud. At the time, I felt as though I'd experienced something mystical, and had the feeling that I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. But after several days passed, my excitement died down. On that day, when I stood on the roof of that skyscraper, my heart was completely cornered and dead. I'd wanted from the bottom of my heart to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, and had crossed the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die, actually stepping forwards, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think that I had received a message from a witch. The excitement from my jump lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I didn't even consider suspending this journey just because of that. If I stop this journey, it'll mean acknowledging that the message from that witch was an illusion, and I felt as though that meant throwing away the promise that the witch made, and any chance that someone from my family might come back. Though because it was hard to believe that those events were an illusion, I've continued my journey. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. It's even up to me when to end this journey. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my self-satisfaction.
自己満足か。聞こえは悪いですが、そいつが実は人生ってやつではないかと思ってます。
Self-satisfaction, huh? It sounds bad when you say it. I think that's actually what life is all about.
傭兵家業で視線をくぐった末に至った答えだったなら、なかなか味わい深いじゃない。
Oh? If that's the answer you've reached after hovering over the line between life and death in the mercenary business, that's probably pretty deep.
茶化さんでください。俺が言いたいのは、自己も何も自分を認められるのは世の中で自分だけしかいないってことです。
Don't take it so lightly. What I'm trying to say is that the only one who can acknowledge you in this world is you yourself. Yamakusa continued stretching as he spoke, in an irritatingly fresh way. Hearing it told to me as though from a teacher made me instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible.
そうかもね。
Oh no, it's the sad music.
人は誰かに認められたくて努力をするわ。多くの場合、それは親ね。親に褒められたくて子供は努力を覚える。だから私は覚えなかったわけだけど。
That may be true. People work hard when they want to be accepted or acknowledged by someone. In most cases, that someone is their parents. Children learn how to work hard because they want to be praised by their parents. Although that's why I never learned.
すんません。そういうつもりで言ったんじゃないです。俺が言いたいのは、自己満足大いに結構ってことなんです。誰に褒められたって、それを納得できなきゃ意味がない。逆を返しゃ、誰に褒められなくったって、自分が納得できりゃそれでいいってことです。
Sorry, that's not how I meant it. What I'm trying to say is that there's nothing wrong with self-satisfaction. No matter who praises you, it's meaningless unless you can accept it. Turning it around, even if no one praises you, that doesn't matter as long as you can accept it.
自己満足と向上心って矛盾するから、普通は悪いことって教えられるわよね。天草の論法はなんだか新鮮よ。
Self-satisfaction tends to contradict a desire to improve oneself, so we're usually taught that it's bad. Somehow, your argument seems like a pretty fresh take on it, Yamakusa.
誰かに認めてほしくて、だけれど何を努力すればいいのかわからないのが人の世の苦しみです。俺にもそういう頃があった。誰かに認められたくて、でも何を認められればいいかわからなくて、そして何をどこまで努力すれば誰に認めてもらえるかわからなくて、随分と無茶苦茶をやってきたもんです。
The anguish of the human world comes when you want someone to acknowledge you. You don't know what it is you should be striving for. I had a time like that too. I wanted to be acknowledged by someone, but I didn't know what I wanted them to acknowledge about me. And since I didn't know what to strive for or how far I should go to be acknowledged, I did a lot of crazy things.
それで天草が至った答えが自己満足だっていうの？
And the answer you reached was self-satisfaction?
聞こえは悪いがそういうことです。我ただ樽を知るってやつですわ。
Sounds bad, but that's how it is. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, they say.
俺がこれでいいと思った人生なら、それはとやかく言われてどうこうってもんじゃない。エンジェさんの人生もこの旅も同じです。エンジェさん以外の誰にもとやかく言う権利なんてない。
If I'm satisfied with my life, it doesn't matter what other people say. It's the same for your life, for this journey. No one has any right to criticize you other than you yourself, Ange-san.
旅の意味と成果はエンジェさんだけが決める。エンジェさんにとって有意義な旅になったなら、それで十分なんですよ。
You're the only one who determines the meaning and results of your journey. If it's been a meaningful journey to you, then that's more than enough.
あんたってちゃらけてる男だと思ってたけど、たまに変なこと言い出すのね。そういうこと、たまに言うとモテると思ってるでしょ。
I always did take you for a flippant ladies' man. But you really do say some weird things every once in a while. I'll bet you think saying stuff like that will make you popular.
まさかまさか、そんなつもりで言ったんじゃありません。どうやらお一人になりたいようだ。俺は船長のところへ行っていますぜ。どうぞごゆっくり。
Of course not, of course not. That's not how I meant it at all. Like you want to be alone. I'll head over to see the boat captain. Please, take it easy. Now, Akusa apparently decided I was in a bad mood. Although I didn't feel that way myself. Or he might have finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, not enough to cool the rays of the sun. Yamakusa disappeared. Only I remained.
自己満足こそが人生か。
Self-satisfaction is life itself, huh?
そんなのつまらないです。人生はどこまでも強欲でなくっちゃ。
That's just boring. Life is nothing without greed. So why did she bring Mammon and those back? Even after she got rid of them herself. I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her abundant hair fluttering over by the prow of the ship.
強欲な人生は確かに楽しいわ。でも、あなたと違って人間には寿命がある。永遠に強欲のままだったなら、人は死ぬ最後の瞬間にも欲があることになる。欲があるということはつまり欲しいということ、持っていないということ、満たされていないということ。
I know. It's true that a life of greed would be fun, but unlike you, humans have a limited lifespan. If greed is eternal, that means a person will have desires even in the last moments before they die. Having desires means that there's something that you want, something you don't have, some way you aren't complete. Didn't she mention it when she was in the hotel room? If she did, I forget. All I remember is that it had been a long time since they brought, or since she tried to summon them, and Maria was there. I'm not sure if Sakatara was there or not, but Maria was there. And she helped her summon Mammon. I can hold towards her too. Well, they weren't really that cold. In fact, if I remember correctly, they were excited to be summoned again, and they wanted her to summon everybody, which she tried to do, and they were all excited about that, but she wasn't able to summon them all in the end. Yeah, so it didn't really seem like they had been, or that the last time they had met, they left on a bad note. It seemed like it had just been a while, and that was it. So I'm wondering what happened in the meantime. They could just sort of brush all that aside. Oh. I feel like I'm missing part of the story. Maybe. Oh, I don't know if it's really that important, though.
自分が満たされていると思えないまま死ぬのはきっと辛いことよ。だからきっと自己満足って必要なんだわ。
I'm sure it's tough to die when you can't think of your life as being a full one. So I'm sure self-satisfaction is necessary.
なるほど。寿命ある存在にはそういう妥協点も必要ってことですか。私たちの主はやたらと寿命の長いお方ばかりだったんで考えたこともなかったです。
I see. Because of the existence of a lifespan, you have to compromise like that. All of my masters had very long lifespans. I've never thought about it.
人間ってのは満たされるために生きてるのかしら。だとしたら無欲が一番人生に優しいことになるわ。なるほど。7つの大罪の一つが強欲になるのも納得ね。
I wonder if humans live for the purpose of becoming satisfied. If so, it's probably easiest to live without desires. See, so that's why greed is one of the 7 deadly sins.
お褒めに預かり光栄です。
Your praise honors me. Apparently, that counted as a compliment in Mammon's eyes. He turned and gave a graceful bow.
エンジ様、人間は死の瞬間に満足であるために生きてるんですか？
Ange-sama, do humans live so that they can find satisfaction at the moment of their deaths?
死の瞬間に何かが満たされていないのはきっと辛いんじゃない？
Wouldn't it be pretty tough if you felt you were lacking something when you died?
だとしたら人間は満足な死を迎えるためだけに生きてるわけですね。より良い死のために生きてる。死ぬために生きてる。
If so, then humans live only so they can meet a satisfying death. They live so that they can have a better death. They live so that they can die. This kid's saying something pretty incredible. I see, as I'd expect from a demon stake. However, it might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't satisfied, and live only to find satisfaction. In other words, that might be the same as a desire to die satisfied.
言い返せないわ。人は満たされるために生きてる。そして満たされたまま死にたいと願ってる。だからその満たされ方がわからないのはとても辛いことだわ。
I can't counter that. People live in order to be satisfied, and they hope to die that way. So it's really painful when you don't know how to find that satisfaction.
どうやれば満たされるんです？人間の人生は。
Just how can you find something like that in a human's life?
認めてもらうことよ。お前は幸せだってね。
By being acknowledged. By hearing someone say you are happy.
誰が が認めてもいいものでしたら、私が認めてあげますよ。
It doesn't matter who acknowledges them, then I'll do it.
そうよ、そこなのよ。誰に認めてもらえばいいのかわからないのよ、人は。
Yeah, that's the problem. People don't know who needs to acknowledge them.
その認めてくれる人を探すのが人生の旅なんですか。へえ。
So searching for this person who can acknowledge them is the journey of their life.
おかしな話ね。認めてもらおうと認めてもらわなかろうと自分の境遇に変化はないはず。にもかかわらず認められれば満たされ、認められないから満たされない。まるで青い鳥だわ。カゴの中にもう青い鳥はいるのに、それに気づけないからどこまでも探しに旅立たなければならない。
It sounds strange. Whether you're acknowledged or not, it supposedly doesn't change your circumstances. And yet, if you are acknowledged, you will be satisfied, while if you aren't, then you won't. It's almost like the bluebird. Because you can't notice the bluebird even though it's already in the cage. You have to go out on a journey searching everywhere.
何ですかそれ。人間の人生ってバカですね。
What the heck? Human lives sure are stupid.
そうね。天草は本当にいいことを言ったわ。我ただ樽を知るか。何のことわざか知らないけど味わい深いわ。つまるところ、誰かに認めてもらわなければ満ち足りないとは、すなわち自らを認められないということ。究極の自己実現はまず自分を自分で認めることだったのよ。
That's right. Amakusa said something really good. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, was it? I don't know where that proverb came from, but it's deep. Basically, if you can't find enough satisfaction unless someone else acknowledges you, that's the same as not acknowledging yourself. The ultimate in self-fulfillment is acknowledging yourself.
そりゃそうです。自分が満ち足りてるって自覚できるなら、誰にも認めてもらう必要なんかないですから。その小さなことに気づくだけで、人間のくだらない人生の旅は簡単に終了ですね。残った時間を有意義に遊んで過ごせます。人間の人生ってバカバカしい。
Bakabakashi? That's right. Because if you can know that you're fully satisfied, there's no need to be acknowledged by anyone. Just by taking notice of the small things, the human's foolish journey of life can be ended easily. You can spend the rest of your life playing and having a good time. Human's life is so ridiculous. Mammon's choice of words was bad, but it was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey with the hopes that someone will acknowledge them, so that they can achieve a satisfied death, then when they realize that the person doing the acknowledging isn't someone else, but they themselves, that pointless journey can end. Humans who have ended that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish, with their heads held high. How noble, how praiseworthy would that be?
天草ってさ、親とはかなり仲が悪いらしいのよ。そりゃそうよね。まっとうな親なら足を洗わせたいと願うような商売だもの。
You know, it seems Amakusa's on pretty bad terms with his parents. That makes sense. Any decent parents would want him to get the hell out of the trade he's in.
別にいいんじゃない？本人が楽しいなら。
Does that really matter, though? As long as it's fun for the person in question.
まったくよね。結局はそういうことなのよ。他人が観測した自分の評価なんかどうでもいいこと。自分の存在を自分自身がしっかり認められたなら それで十分なのよ。自分に自信を持って生きられるなら、どんな生活だって受け入れて納得できるに違いない。
Exactly. That's what it comes down to in the end. Criticism formed by the observations of other people doesn't matter. If your existence is firmly acknowledged by you yourself, that's enough. If you can live with confidence in yourself, you'll surely be able to accept and be satisfied with any kind of lifestyle.
天草はきっといつか戦場で流れ弾を食らって大怪我をするでしょうよ。あるいは死ぬことさえあるかもしれない。でも天草はそれを理不尽とは思わないと思う。それも人生と。あいつはケラケラ笑ってるような気がするの。
I'm sure Amakusa will eventually eat a stray bullet on the battlefield and get seriously injured. He might even die. But I don't think he'd view that as something unfair. I'm sure he'd cackle about how that's also a part of life.
いい生き様じゃない。惚れるわ。
What a great way to live. I could fall for the guy.
自分で自分を認められない哀れな人間は生涯それを求めてさまよい、何も受け入れられず不平不満だけを口にし、満たされないまま死んでいく。哀れだわ。何の目的もなくダラダラと生きてる連中に比べたら、やがてのだれ死にするかもしれないけれど、自分の人生に胸を張っている天草の方がよっぽど高潔なのよ。
Pitiful humans who can't acknowledge themselves wander about searching for that their whole lives. And without anything being accepted, they do nothing but grumble and die while still unsatisfied. How pitiful. Compared to the people whose lives drag on without any purpose, Amakusa is more likely to eventually die by the roadside. But I think he's much more noble for living his life with his head held high.
人生悟ったものの勝ちってことじゃない？少しでも早く悟れれば、その分有効に残りの人生が過ごせてお得よね。
Aren't the winners in life those who achieve enlightenment? They can do that even a little sooner. They'll be able to live that much more of their life effectively. With Mammon's words, I finally accepted a certain fact. In the past, I've called that girl unusual, a little strange. However, that wasn't true. All she did was keep her head held high and finish that journey faster than anyone else. Talking about Maria?
だからマリアお姉ちゃんはすごかったのかもしれない。彼女は小学校低学年になるかならないかという年齢のうちにそれに至ったのよ。
Maybe that's what made Maria One-chan so amazing. When she was at the age where she might or might not enter the first year of elementary school, she had already reached that point. For people like us, looking at her life from the outside, it wasn't something we'd call blessed. But even though days like that were engraved in her diary, they always finished up by saying that it was a happy day. Even though the part of her mother that didn't love her daughter came and went, she believed that her mother loved her. The mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others might observe her as an unsatisfied, pitiful girl. But she herself acknowledged that she was satisfied. So, she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad. But to her, that was an outsider's opinion, so it didn't matter. Whether or not it was happy for her was the only important thing. It's just like how, when people who live in the city point to the lifestyles of those in rural areas, and mourn their inconvenience and feel sympathy for them, it's really none of their business. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough.
私、ようやく気づいたわ。今気づいた。マリアお姉ちゃんにひどいことをしたのよ。あの日に、あなたたちにも、作太郎にも。
I finally noticed something. I noticed it just now. I did something horrible to Maria One-chan, and to you all and Sakutaro as well on that day.
魔法があるかないか、それを決めるのは他人じゃないわ。自分よ。マリアお姉ちゃんにとって魔法があるかないかはマリアお姉ちゃんが決めるべき問題で、私が決めることじゃない。
Whether magic exists or not, that's not up to other people to decide. It's up to you yourself. Whether magic exists to Maria One-chan is a problem for Maria One-chan to decide, not me.
なのに、私は幼いあの日、口にしてしまった。魔法なんてあるわけないって。彼女を傷つけてしまった。
And yet, when I was young, on that day I said it. By saying there was no way magic exists, I hurt her. The fact that magic doesn't exist in my eyes matters in my world. But denying it even in One-chan's world for that reason was totally misguided.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールはマリアお姉ちゃんの作った魔女同盟。私はそれに誘われて一緒に魔女になろうと言われたの。
Mariage Sorcière is the Witches' Alliance Maria One-chan created. I was invited into it and told to become a witch with them.
新しい面白い遊びだと思って私はしばらくの間それに付き合ったわ。でも幼さゆえの残酷さ、途中で飽きてしまった。そして鋭利な言葉で彼女の純粋無垢な心を切り裂いてしまったの。
Thinking it a new, interesting game, I went along with that for a while. But because of the cruelty of youth, I got tired of it halfway through. And I tore her pure heart apart with sharp words.
あの時大喧嘩をしたはず。私はすぐに忘れてしまったけれど、彼女なぜなら彼女にとって魔法は確かに存在する自然な力で、それは私とも共有できると信じていたから。
At that time, we must have gotten into a huge fight. I forgot about it right away, but she couldn't forget about it. After all, to her, magic was a natural power that really existed, and she believed that she'd be able to share it with me.
マリアお姉ちゃんにとって魔法は世界を幸福に解釈できる、いえ、全てを幸福にできるまさに魔法の力だった。それを私にもお裾分けしたかっただけ。その気持ちを幼い私が引き裂いた。だから彼女は誰とも魔法は分かり合えないと殻の中に閉じこもってしまったのよ。
Sad. She's crying. To Maria One-chan, magic is a power that can interpret the world as blessed. No, which can truly make everything blessed. She just wanted to share that with me too. The young me tore that feeling apart, so she closed herself up in a shell, assuming that she wouldn't be able to share her magic with anyone.
だとしたらマリア卿もやはり人生の旅は終わってないわけね。自分に納得できてるなら園児様に否定されたくらいでへこむ必要なんてないわけだし。
That's true, and Lady Maria's journey through life wasn't over after all. If she'd been able to accept herself, and there'd be no need to collapse just because you denied her, Ange-sama.
The summary of the scene is actually long. I see. About how far... Can you tell how far about I am through it? I just have to look for a stopping point here? Maybe halfway? Okay. Okay. Hmm. Alright, I felt like we might be able to get to the end here, but if we're only about halfway through it, this might be a good place to stop. It's already 11:30. Yeah, that stuff earlier just wore me out. All that pain with Ange and Maria. Let's make sure I save. Rip Sakutaro, never forget. Okay. Yeah, at least this scene's more contemplative and philosophical than sad. Yeah. Pondering the mysteries of life. So instead of making my heart hurt, it just makes my head hurt. Oh, yeah. So yeah, tomorrow should be a lot more lighthearted. I plan to start Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Well, rather I should say continue, because playing through the demo finished the first part or two. Well, first area or two. Well, I'm still not very far into it. Got through Rosa being Rosa. Oh, Rosa. Rosa being even more Rosa than usual. But yeah, so Wolong tomorrow and Thursday. Library of Runa Friday. But I did do some grinding for library. I made sure I got everything. I think I've gotten everything now, and got a few more copies of cards. All the suits and whatnot. Oh, I have not seen Mirror Dungeon 2's delayed. Or Hard Mirror Dungeon 2. Okay. Well, that'll give me some more time to get Starlight, I guess. That's good. Oh, and I did read the rest of Wonderlab. Oh, I finally know why it's called Wonderlab. Ev said they talked internally and decided that'd be a bit too hard, and they're taking an extra week to balance it. Oh, thank goodness. Because even some of the normal ones are a bit hard. Now, I stacked ego acquiring stuff. It wasn't that bad because I could just use my ego stuff all the time whenever I wanted. But there were a few enemies that were really nasty. Like, I think there was definitely the K-Corp guys could get up to like 20 on a dice roll. And I had to use ego to beat that, or else they could, if they were lucky, instantly kill one of my dudes. Like, I think it's like a 3 or 4 coin roll. It's one of the K Corporation guys that sort of looks like the new Hong Lu. And like 2 or 3 times when I wasn't really paying attention, they just absolutely wrecked a dude. Because like I said, they have that possible 20, which you can't beat without ego. Then, I think they might have buffed some of the, whatever that talisman ego guy was. The enemies that have that. I think they've had some that were like 17. Those can be a little nasty. Got losing the spamming Sunshell or Yisun. Erosion, not noticing you got to minus 45. Ouch. Yeah, that would do. It's to give to half your team. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so it hasn't been too bad for me. It's just if I'm not paying attention during those two enemies, they can sort of, well, yeah, just absolutely murder somebody. Final boss though is already close to dying. This is fine. Half my team's dead, but the boss is too. Yes. But yeah, the mirror dungeon has been longer. I've definitely... I don't like that I have to go through the entire thing. Like, the combat system's nice and all, but I will get burnt out. I'm almost sure of it. I'm already a little burnt out of it, having to do that every week. I actually played it a lot this week, probably around 20 times, no joke. Dang. Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of other people that enjoy that, as well as yourself. And I don't hold that against anybody, but I just wish that, like, for the people like me that just want to get through it, I wish it was possible to somehow either not have to do the entire thing to get the full rewards, or have like a skip button. Like, I'm mostly just there for the story. And it's definitely not as involved as Library of Ruina's combat. Because, I mean, you only have, like, each person only has 3 attacks. You can't change the attacks or anything. There's no separate stagger bar. There's all kinds of stuff that makes Ruina more involved. And I really like the abnormality battles of Ruina as well, so far, at least. They're interesting. But yeah, so overall, Limbus combat is decent. But like I said, I'm mostly there for the story and not the gameplay. I mean, I do like the Limbus bosses. Those are pretty neat. I don't like having to grind them, necessarily. Which is why I always skip whenever I do Luxcavations. The railway is interesting. It's a neat little thing, but I wouldn't want to really do it more than once. Well, like once per season or whatever. I do plan to do the railway this season. And it with someone else along or some time ago, and noticed you like Lobotomy Corporation's gameplay better. Yeah, I surprisingly really liked Lobotomy Corporation's gameplay, even though I've never really been one for micromanaging. Somehow, Lobotomy Corporation still hooked me. And I sort of miss, like, just working with all different types of abnormalities. They were the most interesting part to me. Dealing with all the abnormalities and finding a way to actually have a way to beat them without half my facility dying. Ruina is definitely better about all the world building. I mean, Lobotomy Corporation, you just got little tidbits here and there, but mostly it was just focused on the facility itself. Story or gameplay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I like world building, but I usually like it to be more a part of the story. So, I don't know. I can't really make a decision on Ruina yet, because we've only seen a small part of it, I assume. But I do think I sort of like Lobotomy Corporation's combat, or I should say gameplay, a little better. Because it was simple yet has a high skill ceiling. Whereas library is much more complicated, but also has a high skill ceiling. And also, yeah, the deck building's interesting, but eventually having to switch out all these cards, I can see myself getting tired of it a little bit. All the cards and the suits and whatnot. And it looks like there's a way to like upgrade suits, and I don't know if there's a way to upgrade cards. But yeah, there's just so many cards. So many. Which is a good thing, and yet it makes it more of a slog as well. You gotta find the right deck, you gotta find the right fit for your 12 cards. Or I don't know. I mean, I'm liking it so far. I'm liking it so far. I hope it won't turn into pain, having to manage all of that. Getting power crept. Yeah, it does seem like the cards are getting power crept a little bit. So I'm gonna have to keep replacing them. But then, like, also certain things need certain decks, so I can't just, like, stick with 1 or 2 or 3 decks of cards. I gotta make a whole bunch. I think when I was grinding, I made another set of cards or 2. Just to cover all my bases. Don't have to think that much. Oh, and on topic of world building, when I finished Wonderlab, I don't know, it just felt sort of underwhelming. Because I think it was a little rushed, and some of it just didn't make sense. I had to double check with what other people were saying to actually figure out what happened. It was interesting. And it wasn't, well, like, I don't know, it was sort of catastrophic because of course you just know it's going to be, but it didn't really hit as hard as I thought it would. I don't know. It was a neat little comic. Definitely keep replacing cards, yeah. But I really look forward to what the abnormality battles are going to be like in the future. We've only had Teth so far. I imagine it's going to get much more chaotic. I look forward to it. So anyway, all that said, gonna end here for tonight. And yeah, we'll long tomorrow. Unlike in normal fights, also get more unique. Excellent. But anyway, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. And for those in America or anywhere else that celebrates it, I guess, hope you have a happy 4th of July. Bye-bye.